Let's go. Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal PeaceLoveMusic with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends at BitcoinLive, Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Friday, the 6th of June, 6/6/2025. It resonates as a 3 numerologically. We have a big show today. We have the SIP call coming up at 10:30, where we'll be joined by Alex Miller, Mitchell Cuevas, Woe Buddy, and XY0 from the from the Stacks governance cab, and some of the SIP deputies, myself and Brendan Hattie. And Hero Gamer will be with us. We'll have a few chats from the ecosystem. We'll be rotating because we have more people involved than we have seats for the community on the live stream. We'll also be having a space at 11 a.m. following for more community engagement. And of course, you are encouraged to join the live chat and ask your questions during the SIP call. We actually, there is breaking news today in the ecosystem. There has been a security issue with the Alex exchange on Stacks. Looks like about $17 million in funds have been extracted. We'll talk more about that after I get through the news. I'm going to try to get through the news as quickly as possible. Looks like we're going to suspend Find to Earn today as well, so we can actually talk more about the situation around Alex, what's going on in our ecosystem leading up to the SIP call. And friendly reminder, this is a news and information show. We are providing news and information only. We are sometimes providing education, hopefully some entertainment, never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. I actually didn't even compile all of the numbers this morning because we've been trying to figure out exactly what's happened with this exploit, but just checking over at CoinMarketCap, the numbers this morning, Bitcoin coming in just under 104. It had ticked all the way down close to 100K overnight. So it's rebounding back. It's actually at 104.11 right now on CoinMarketCap. Let's take a look at this. I haven't looked at the Stacks price so far this morning at all. Stacks is down to 66 cents. Some of this price action is actually a result of the exploits, and I believe that number should correct once the numbers in the ecosystem just kind of. I'll have some other people to weigh in on the technical aspects of this, but from what I understand, a lot of the pricing data is messed up on the ecosystem right now. So if you're going and making swaps, what you actually receive might not reflect by what it says on the exchanges that you're using. So it might be best to kind of hold off and wait until the dust settles and everything gets back into normal. functionality before you start trading on stacks. Fear and Greed Index went down all the way to 46, still in that neutral range, and the top 3 token gainers over the last 24 hours, of course, Fartcoin's leading the way again, Floki and Tron. Anytime there's like bad things going on, Fartcoin seems to like pump. It's really weird. It's almost like the universe is a troll. Would have to be, right? It would have to be. So that's what we're looking at on the prices. I'm not going to go into the stacks numbers on DeFi right now because I'm not sure if they're accurate, and I don't want to be giving wrong information, if any of that's adjusted or not based on what's happened. So we'll fill in on that either later or on Monday, and we'll check all of that out. Let me just get into the news here. Bear with me because we got a lot going on in our world these days for sure. So in the news, Circle's IPO surges 168%, valuing company at $18.36 billion. Stablecoin issuer Circle made a remarkable debut on the New York Stock Exchange, with shares soaring 168% above IPO price to close at $83.23. The IPO raised approximately $1.1 billion, making it the largest crypto public offering since Coinbase in 2021. Analysts view this as a significant milestone, potentially paving the way for other crypto firms like Kraken and Gemini to consider public listings. Maybe we're getting close to crypto IPO season. Weird how things turn out. President Trump introduced the Trump meme coin, which has already generated billions in value. Additionally, Trump Media raised $2.4 billion as part of a plan to add Bitcoin to its balance sheet. These moves are seen as efforts to further entrench the company into the crypto world and connect with younger crypto native voters ahead of the 2024 election. Where did that come from? Why is that ChatGPT? Bitcoin's price fell below 102,000, shedding nearly 4% of its value in a single day. The decline is attributed to profit taking and macroeconomic uncertainties, including the ongoing Trump-Musk feud and mixed inflation expectations. Despite the dip, analysts suggested the rally remains intact in the short term while growing institutional participation. Binance compliance head departs after Nigerian detention. Tigran Gambarian, Binance's head of financial crime compliance, is leaving the company after being detained in Nigeria for nearly 8 months. His departure adds to the mounting regulatory pressures on Binance, which continues to face legal and compliance scrutiny across multiple jurisdictions. Industry insiders are watching how this impacts Binance's future strategy. Hong Kong is preparing to legalize Bitcoin and crypto derivatives. This is actually big news. As part of its push to become a global Web3 leader, the initiative is designed to attract institutional capital and solidify Hong Kong's position against other financial hubs like Singapore and Dubai. If approved, this move could significantly expand crypto adoption in Asia. A big deal. That's actually hugely bullish news. ETF flows on June 5th, 2025. Bitcoin spot ETFs experienced a net outflow of $278.4 million. ARK-B led with an outflow of $102 million. Ethereum spot ETF saw a total net inflow of 11.3. Still inflows on Ethereum. ETH recorded the highest single day inflow of $34.7 million, followed closely by ETH with $23.4 million in outflows. SIP31 proposes $500 million STX endowment to accelerate Stack's growth. We will be talking more about the governance side of this with SIP authors Alex Miller, Mitchell Cuevas, and several members of the Stacks governance CAB team. SIP31 is a draft proposal aiming to establish a 5-year, $500 million STX endowment to bolster ecosystem development. The plan suggests temporarily increasing annual STX emissions from 3.52 to an average of 5.75 over 5 years, providing upfront capital for initiatives in DeFi, SBDC adoption, developer grants, and marketing. Governance will be managed by a community-elected committee with unallocated funds subject to redistribution or burning after a certain period of time, or if it reaches a certain value. The proposal is currently open to for community feedback, with discussion ongoing in the Stacks forum. That is the main place to go to get your opinions out there. But there's been constant, ongoing conversations about this, spaces, live streams, DM group conversations. There's all sorts of ways and opportunities to get involved in this, so make sure you do. We want all the input, and it's actually been really great, the engagement from the core entities, from the SIP authors. They really want to make sure that this is touching on everything that the ecosystem needs to make the next step forward. The big news this morning: Alex Labs suffered a security breach. They've halted the platform operations. They've experienced a serious security breach early this morning, prompting a full suspension of platform activity. The team confirmed malicious activity and is actively working to contain the situation while coordinating with centralized exchanges where portions of the stolen funds were traced. All operations are temporarily paused as the team investigates the scope of the exploit. A full postmortem will be released soon, and users are urged to stay alert for updates. This is not affecting the Stacks chain. It is just an app level export. The SBTC withdrawal bridge has been temporarily turned off to prevent the attacker from withdrawing funds from the network. And this is a developing story. And as we get more information, we will update you all as we have it. We'll be talking around this a lot this morning. Like I said, we're going to suspend Find to Earn. We're going to basically just make this a show about this exploit, what's going on, and kind of have the conversation about it and just kind of get some updates. So with that being said, I'm going to bring on the guests. Co-host with the mostest.
What's up, guys?
What's up, GP?
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Jack Bin Switch in the house. Good morning, brother.
What's up, guys?
We got 300 the artists making an appearance. Love having you here, brother. And Lord Rosar is here to provide the technical point of view on this. So, guys, Rosar was actually the first person that discovered this. It was Rosa. Why don't you go into how you came across this? Actually,
I was hacking at 4 a.m. as I usually do, and then I'm working, and then I just see like the prices started to go crazy, like the price quotes from like the Cracksoul API. So I like go to Discord. I'm like, yo, your prices are being weird. Check it out. And I was just like, this is weird. So I wanted to see, I just went to Stacks Tools to like double check. And then I also saw like crazy prices on Stacks Tools, like 100% increases on like SBTC. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. So then I go to, and I'm like, okay, so it's not just, this is weird, So then I opened up Telegram. I sent Rubes a DM and I was like, yo, like prices are fucking weird right now on both platforms. And then we started like looking into it. He started talking to someone, and then his friend was like, I think Alex got hacked. And we're like, please God, no. And then I looked at the contract and like the on-chain activity, and I was like, yep.
So it's not as deep of a hack as. So I want to touch on a couple of things, because there's a lot of people are like, oh, this is it, Stacks is dead, and all sorts of that. And there's a lot of like hand wringing, and it's not a good situation. Let's, we're not trying to sugarcoat it, but it's not all that like, I mean, the system's gonna die. I know a lot of people are like, oh, we were never really recovered from the last time, but there was a bunch of things going on the last time this happened. We had just actually had the Nakamoto update was supposed to happen right around the same time as Alex got hacked last year. It didn't happen. SBTC wasn't live. We didn't have all of these things coming. The ecosystem
actually, let me jump in on that for a second. One thing that's really nice, I mean, silver lining, I guess, is now that we have SBTC, a lot of our pools are SBTC based, so like Stacks price tanking is not going to affect the meme coins as much, because people would flee from meme coins, especially in like when we're deeper into a bull market, when people can, for instance, like Charisma and Fact Fun, like I would say most of our pairs are SBTC. So like if you look at the price charts, like actually Charisma and Fact Fun are up right now for some reason. Well, I think it's probably because they just swapped like a fuck ton of Alex stables and stacks into SBTC, so they're like, they seem up. But like, since a lot more of liquidity is tied to SBTC instead of just stacks, it's more stable in that way. And and before we didn't have that advantage. Like we're basically tethered to stacks fate.
The other part of this, I mean, let's put this in let's do a reality check. Something like Alex getting hacked sucks, but how often do apps at that level get hacked in this space all the time? Like, it sucks, but it doesn't really have anything to do with stacks itself. It doesn't really have anything to do with this entire ecosystem. It has to do with one protocol. What makes it suck, which makes it seem outsized bad, is that Alex is the biggest thing on stacks. If Alex was on Ethereum and it got hacked for 17 million, that would be a blink. Like, to give a shit.
Well, Sui got hacked a couple weeks ago for a couple $100 million.
Yeah, 223 million. So more than 10 times as much. But I would imagine Sui market cap is probably 10 times higher. But yeah, it's like more money. So definitely.
Right. So it's not good. Things like this are never good. But like when you just look at it, 25,000 feet, it's what happens in this space all the time. This is the consequence of a growing new technology, right? It's not a stacks issue, so that's good. That said, I mean, it sucks for people who are affected. Everybody gets affected in some way, shape, or form. But it's not like a just huge.
Yeah, I don't think stacks is going to zero. Let's put it that way.
No, I don't think so either. And I actually think it actually gives us an opportunity to have a little bit more of a...
Cheers, Jack.
Cheers, brother.
I'm going to finish my coffee and I'm going to start on the whiskey.
We can all cheers. Bring it in. There you go. Go on.
So one of the things that the endowment is going to be tasked with. What's up, Corgi? What's your Corgi's name? Is this Welsh?
Yeah, his name's Pogi.
Pogi. Nice.
Joining us.
Nice. But one of the things that this is actually, the endowment is focusing on dev tooling and stronger security. Now, part of that focus is because security is expensive, and it really is more towards making sure that the smaller new developing apps actually can afford to have proper security to just protect from these types of things happening. But if we actually did have that somewhat centralized security operation to help the ecosystem, that might have actually helped borne out this potential exploit on Alex.
Yeah, I mean, it's half security, it's half like education.
Right.
Because it's hard to just put a stamp on a team. It's like, because everyone's constantly building. You're always innovating, creating new stuff. You can get a security audit, but then like they're going to build something new, and it's hard to say for sure if that new thing is going to be okay or not.
Right.
So it needs to be a little more comprehensive than just like free audits, but I agree. Like something needs to be done in that sense.
Right. Now, some of the, and really welcome everybody to the live chat as well. Nosferatu, Isaac, DD, Code Sater. Some of the sentiment here is that the problem or the biggest issue here is the sentiment that this brings to stacks. And I want to kind of go out on record and say that the sentiment on stacks comes from us, the community.
Yeah.
We all got to take this with a grain of salt. I mean, it's not a good thing, okay? People got hurt. It was a lot of money. Some people probably got hurt really badly. Some for a second time. It's not a good situation.
No, and that's what hits sentiment, right? Like if you just got popped, man, that sucks.
Mhm.
That's a bad feeling.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
your friends. All of us have friends that got hurt right now. Whether we know exactly who or what, we don't. But all of us have friends that have gotten hurt. It's bad for our ecosystem. That we're not sugarcoating this.
Yeah.
But this isn't a stacks problem. This was an issue with Alex.
For
We're
Isaac,
good with this.
no, the Alex got hit twice. What was the first time was around May last
yeah.
year.
March?
The summer.
March.
It was like summer of last year.
It was almost right around the same time as Nakamoto.
Yeah.
I think it was April. I think it was March to April. Something
Spring?
like that.
Yeah, spring, summer, sort of.
But I mean, if you look at it in reality, like Velar is fine, Bitflow is fine, Charisma is fine. Like, it's not a stacks thing. It was in house at Alex. It's just an outsized pain because Alex is the biggest fish in the pond.
Yeah.
Right.
And they had their whole surge campaign going. It was drawing more people in. But
I've heard conflicting reports that a lot of the tokens in the surge campaign weren't affected.
yeah, no, it's just 4 tokens that were drained, like SBTC, Stacks, SUSDT, and one other. Hang on, I have the thing in front of me. I'll just look at it. It is, ABTC, SBTC, Alex, SUSDT. And I would assume Stacks too, but it's not.
Yeah,
listed
stacks
correctly.
too.
Yeah, I mean, let me take a look at this thing.
It was a lot of stacks. It was a number of stacks transactions that I saw on that the wallet that was shared around. Good morning.
Yeah, also Stacks. Sorry, so 5. Crazy though. It's not even like super well hidden. It's just like some basic ass drainer.
The name of the contract had the word fake in it, didn't it?
The one I'm looking at, maybe it was a different part of it, but this one's just called Labu, SSL Labubu, 672D3. But they're, this is like the actual token. Maybe the pool had fake token in it, but this Labu thing, no, I mean, pool's created. Yeah.
Good morning, Melanie.
Hey.
So, just to recap, the general understanding, or my general non-technical understanding, is that the exploit happened with their permissionless pools product, where somebody created a liquidity pool with a malicious token, and then they were able to exploit the token contract to pull liquidity out of Alex. Is that generally accurate?
Yes, me. Yeah.
Well, you and Zenny's
You
just
started
said,
talking to Melanie, and I was like, all right.
I
Yeah.
didn't even know what's going on this morning. There was a hack on Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I've checked that out.
Some hidden talents I don't know about. It's basically it. Okay, so let me just look at the code here actually for a second. I can do like a full deep dive on it, but I feel like we'll just talk about it first. It seems like a lot to get into initially.
We'll have a lot more facts by the evening show. By the
Okay,
night.
so this is like a basic drainer. Like there's hiding things inside the transfer function. Like transfer side effects is like the most basic way to drain, because okay, so like you send tokens to a contract, and then they'll sit on this contract, and then once they're on the contract, only the contract has the authority to move them off the contract. That's just how Stacks contracts work. Like it's going to the contract, and it's effectively like in a new wallet. Like only that contract can move it. Just like when tokens are in your wallet, only you can move it. And so once this token is in the contract moves it out by using like as contract send. And so once it uses that as contract transfer specifically, not send, like as contract transfer, it's now the sender. So this contract is the sender. And once the contract is the sender, the TX sender, it can move anything from that contract. So like it may be a transfer function, but it'll have these additional side effects in it to transfer other things from that contract out. So in this case, it's transferring 5 other tokens out. And the problem is, this is what I talk about, like this is a systematic security flaw, is when you have lots of different tokens all sitting on one contract, it's like one big bank vault it's easy to rob, because it's all in one place. So like you want to avoid that as much as possible when you're writing Clarity smart contracts. You want to have like different tokens in different places. And I don't know why all these tokens were all in the same contract, but it made them really, really easy to take, because it just took it's like one point of failure. One bad contract gets in, it can take all of them.
And it's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah, it's obvious.
That's not something that we just didn't think of that. Like
yeah, like they probably had, so they didn't want to do that. But on top of that, this is a 2-part issue. On top of that, the way they're approving tokens obviously isn't good enough. I don't know if it's manual or automated or a little of both. But it only takes one flaw for one malicious contract to get in, and then once it's in, it's like a fox in the hen hound. Like it can just get them all. You at least want to have one. Like if you have to absolutely do some sort of manual process to like whitelist things, which I don't think you really ever have to do. You want it to go into a hound, like a hen hound, where there's only one hen. You know what I mean? So it can only get one thing.
And it's not hard to set that up that way.
Yeah, and you can have it so you don't have to have this whitelist process by like having each one be on its own contract. Like there's just a lot of ways to do this better, and they did all of them the bad way, and this is what happens. So,
How much money was lost?
a little over 17 million.
So it's not the last Alex hack was like $300 million, wasn't it?
Was it?
I don't know, but it was a lot.
It was a lot more than that.
We all lost money on that.
I don't know if it was 300 million. I'll have to look it up. I thought it was like 30 million or something.
Maybe it was 30 million. Maybe I'm adding a zero in my head now. It could have been 30 million. I thought it was more than that. But
300 million's a lot.
Yeah, I lost like 250K.
30 million is a lot to me.
You lost 250K.
Yeah,
Rosa?
I was one of like the top 5 people who lost money in that hack.
No.
Yeah, I looked at this whole spreadsheet.
That is so fucked up. What tokens?
Just like Stacks, Alex, and ABTC were like the main ones I lost.
250K.
Yeah. And now the double punch on this is I'm not gonna, half of the redemption process for them, where you were gonna be able to turn in like Alex tokens and get Stacks back at like a discounted rate. That's not a thing anymore.
What is happening there? Because I've got funds that got stolen there as well.
They're double stolen now.
Huh?
They're double stolen now.
But now we're never gonna get that money back. That's just like gone and gone. That old Alex money.
Unless we write that into an amendment in SIP 31. Give us the money back.
Yeah,
this is how we're gonna fund D grants and Stacks Link.
Okay, I'm putting it. It's an official statement now. If we do that, we're getting all the charisma money back, and we're gonna market buy Welsh with all of it.
Let's go. Degen activity.
And then fund the IOU Welsh, so everyone can redeem and all. Everything's better.
Morning, Michael.
Did you ever find anything? Hey, Michael.
So Welshie is Vote for that. 300K market buy. Let's go. Actually, now Stacks drops probably only 100 now. But we can hope. It'd still be funny anyway. I'd love to see people speculate on that.
We're almost full already, but Atlas, I'll drop you the link if you want to come chat with us. Hold on a second. Yeah. Also, just an update from Diego. Bitflow is completely safe. We've temporarily paused Alex routing in our aggregator out of caution. Bitflow is fully secure. No user funds are at risk. All pools on Bitflow are isolated in separate contracts with no backdoors. Swaps every DApp feature remains live. We're simply removing Alex pools from routing to help contain. So you can actually maneuver over at Bitflow, but you can't maneuver. So Alex is not functioning on the Bitflow aggregator as well right now. Thank you for that update.
Yeah, so I did contract with Bitflow for a month and worked on, I told you I was working on their flex pool. And so I had to learn their whole architecture while I was there. And yeah, they have a similar, it's not the same as Charisma exactly, but it does the important stuff in that like every pool, it's in, like the tokens for that pool, like the 2 tokens are in a unique principal contract. So there's no like cascading failures, systematic risks, or issue. What they're saying about isolated separate contracts. So they're good too. So this thing could never happen to their architecture or architecture or Fact Fund. Actually, Fact Fund's pumping today because all Fact Fund pools I think are SBTC backed.
Yeah, I think you're right. You can actually even bridge in BTC to SBTC on their
yeah, I was telling him he should probably turn that off.
Deposit.
Yeah, pause that thing.
Pause
but yeah, I mean, and a lot of, obviously like I lost basically all my stacks in the first Alex hack and also in the Charisma one. So I didn't really have a lot. So a lot of the new pools are like meme to meme or like meme to SBTC or like stable. So it's like a mix of many things. So I think it should be able to survive any sort of cratering of stacks price. But yeah, still not great. Still real bad. Feels bad.
But now, how does that affect Alex? I mean, this is like the second kind of major sort of hack that's happened in a short period of time.
I don't think they can come back from this.
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, here's the reality, and I'm not trying to like grave dance, but in terms of Rue, for instance, the developer Rue Ian, he's a very skilled dev, and he just did not like the way Alex was set up at all. He doesn't like it at the smart contract level. That's why we're at Velar, and that.
Oh, you got to zoom out a little bit on that video. Sorry, Jack, continue. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I don't have the technical know-how to refute him, so I go with what he says and trust it because I trust the dude. So I think Alex is probably cooked. And it's painful to say because I like the people at Alex.
That's the frustrating thing is like everyone I've met at Alex and talked to, the people at least who will talk to me, they're all nice. But I've seen their contracts. Like I haven't, if they pay me to work on them, like I'll study them and understand how they work fully. But they probably have like the most spaghetti like contracts of any teams I've seen. Like they're very like, it's all over the place.
Who works on all of that? Is it somebody that we kind of know in the ecosystem well?
No, actually, I don't know who works. I mean, I think ultimately you just have to, it's like the CTO's responsibility for this stuff. It's hard to blame like a single dev because like
I'm just curious.
Stuff, they're not getting paid like that much.
Also, just want to let everybody know that all of the security teams at all of the protocols are working together to make sure that this is as contained as possible. And it seems like it's pretty much already contained. But I just want to make sure that we're putting that out there. Like, this is the Stacks ecosystem. We noticed this. Users noticed this. It became aware really quickly, and the response has been very rapid. So there's a lot. There's some good points to take out of this. It's very unfortunate that this happened. It's not a good thing. It really sucks for Alex and anyone that had funds on there. It's not good for Stacks, but ultimately, these kind of things will just make us stronger. And so we got to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
What is up, Atlas? Atlas in the house. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the show, man.
What's good? Everyone good, yeah?
What's up, brother?
I was talking with GP about this Alex thing earlier, and I'm just like, mate, it's a lot. It is a lot, definitely.
Yeah, dude. We were just talking, and I was like, yo, you wanna come on the pod, dude? And he's like, no, dude, no. I'm glad you came up, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I had a call, but it got pushed back. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we'll have to have you on more often, man. It's been long overdue. Glad to have you here. You're definitely a major voice in our space. So happy to have you on the show. And unfortunate circumstances here that got you on, but these are the times where we need to come together and get a lot of varying viewpoints on this. We need to have all of them because it's a big deal what's happened right now.
I think I know I already said this, but I'm just going to say it again. I think the best thing for us now from the last time this happened was we have SBTC now.
Somebody actually was saying, I think it was Alex in one of the chats, Alex Miller was saying something about how fast blocks might have actually helped the hacker a little bit get away with some of this.
That's, it's funny to think about that stuff, but if the blocks moved to 1 year per block, they wouldn't get any money, but that's a silly argument to make,
Right. But it's
unusable.
Stacks is doing well. Stacks is just killing it.
Yeah. I just mean, think about last time this happened. Money was stolen, sentiment was rocked, so Stacks dropped, and the memes all, I'm just coming here from, this is the meme council here we got. When Stacks is bad, memes are fucking meteors, all right? So, we have a lot more memes tied to SBTC, and even for memes like Rue, where they do still have S Stacks, and on other dexes we have SBTC Rue pools, and so they'll if Stacks drops and Rue drops, then there'll be an arbitrage that naturally happens. People will buy up the cheap Rue from that pool and then sell it into the SBTC Rue pool, and so they'll cushion each other. You know what I mean? So in that sense, it's more decentralized from a token perspective, because there's not a single token point of failure. Where imagine if everything was tied to Alex and this happened, everything would be absolutely fucked, because there was just a 2 million market sell of Alex, and everything would just be. So
what happened to the security? Remember the last time not the last time. Yeah, the last time Alex got hacked.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, there was a WhatsApp group somewhere where we all started talking about creating some sort of security.
We were trying to work it out of the Stacks link. We created a security group, the Stacks security group, but there was no funding.
Well, that's another thing that is obviously vital going forward with what we're working out now with the SIP, right? That will be, I suppose, come out of this community funding we're talking about.
I kept suggesting that we add a voluntary transaction fee tax that gets that the funds of that go directly into a community run security group that is tasked with just kind of just randomly from a community perspective, randomly auditing all of the stuff.
Don't you think that's the responsibility of Stacks or Trust Machines or Hero?
For the community.
Because
it should be like a fire inspector.
You know what? If you put a voluntary, like a secret, you can tip or not. You know what I'm saying? Like you can add a voluntary tax. Don't you think people are more than likely to just think like, oh, fuck it? Because that's a beautiful idea.
Some won't.
I think personally, it is the responsibility of any platform that is running any type of protocol. If you're building a platform, it is your responsibility as the builder of that platform, the owner of that platform, the deployer of that platform to keep
Of course.
It's not for the community. That, like, whatever fees you've got on your platform better cover your security already. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Right, but from a community perspective,
it's just to check the balances.
We're not supposed to trust that they're actually meeting their responsibility. It's for us to verify. So having a group or an organization that actually was tasked with verifying the security of all of the protocols on the network and providing a security score in a public-facing place for that to be would probably have solved this.
AI is going to be doing that in about 10 minutes.
Let me jump into this one because I feel like I'm uniquely qualified.
Yeah, because we know nothing anyway.
All right, so there's two issues here. One, this isn't supposed to happen to Alex. They're the biggest protocol on this chain. Like, they're the last people that should be like fucking up like this. That's number one. Because most of the time, these issues come from security issues. You'd expect them to come from like a new team who's just like getting started and they build some like cool little app people are using and they're like, oops, we had a bug. That's what you'd expect to happen. And it should be. I agree. It should be each team's primarily it's on them to like have their security work. But that being said, I think just like a little bit of funding to like one person to just like keep an eye. It could even be part-time. Just keep an eye on like new projects that are growing, and if one's like getting some traction, just like give them a free audit, and if they're good, like give them like a little stamp of approval. If they're not, just like work with the team a little bit and like teach them why it's not working.
You're that guy, Rosa.
I could be that guy. Also said Zeus could be that guy. There's a couple people that could be that guy. But yeah, like that, I don't think there's a lot of. That's not a very expensive thing, like new projects don't pop up overnight every day. Like it's something that could be easily handled part-time by one person. And I think it would just do a lot of good because, it just, not everyone wants to learn the hard way, It doesn't need to be that like that.
Technically, this is the worst commercial for community involvement in SIPs 031 ever, huh?
Is it?
You know what I mean? Like, of all the ways to have a commercial for the community in SIP 031, isn't this kind of it?
What?
This is a commercial.
SIP 31, no zero.
Why do you say that, Michael?
So, for example, if the idea is don't trust but verify, and we're in this kind of network state where we have the people who created the application and the people who are living, the citizens in this network state, the idea is that if there is a role for the community to play, it might be from a security perspective in hardening the systems that the other community members are using.
Yeah, but no one reads the contracts.
Nobody except you.
Well, I was going to say,
I don't even read other teams' contracts unless I'm paid to.
Exactly.
Like I don't
That's
have
what we
that.
need.
It's hard work. It's difficult.
See that part you ended on right there? You're not going to look until you're paid, and you're not necessarily.
That's why I built my own protocol.
But guys, that's what Zero Authority should do. There should be bounties, like an Alex should actually put like a bounty out on Zero Authority, and that's where they get the trust from. Because we shouldn't just trust.
Yeah, but they don't want to pay anyone.
Exactly.
Well, they should.
And so what's happening?
They should, but now they're not going to get paid by anyone.
We are articulating the exact. We're articulating the exact role that the community should play in these systems. Are we not?
But here's the catch: they're not losing any money. They're just going to declare bankruptcy. Everyone else is going to lose.
Hi everyone.
Money.
So I posted on forum. I posted on forum the thing that as a proposal for SIP 31.
Can you pull it up, GP?
Yeah.
If you
Jamie?
talk about non-DeFi projects right now,
Yeah, like
I swear to God,
what you guys are saying,
we will
right,
toss you off the call.
is really true. Like because like the incentivization in hardening security is so that people don't lose money. If you think about like how it works in Bitcoin, right, for
Yes.
people to run nodes and run miners and hash rate, right, it's also that people don't lose money. It's not a case of they're incentivized to necessarily do it. And yes, they are, right, with mining, because obviously mining, you're receiving a block reward. But it's not, there's no foundation, there's no central authority, there's no agreed pot of money. Like people are incentivized because they want the protocol to succeed, right? So in the end of the day, I don't think incentivizing people to do security is really the way forward, because as soon as that incentivization disappears, so do the people.
So, can we see the proposal? You mind pulling it up, young Jamie? Because Xenitron, this is related to the metric that you said was needed to properly understand the performance of people in the community.
Yeah, so the idea to create the metric system that we can use for understand the value, user generated value content. So that's sustainable value, and we can use it for understand how to bring value into Stacks ecosystem, because this
This
TVL
is an
DeFi
entirely
games
different
doesn't work.
topic we're talking about now.
Yeah, because like how can we solve
Why don't we
these
just stay on
DeFi
one
things?
topic?
What
is
are
the
we
current
talking
topic?
about now?
I feel like this is an entirely different thing.
It isn't.
Why don't we just talk about this massive hack that just happened a little more? Like,
Yeah, okay, no problem. We have a lot of time.
We do have a lot of time, and that it's all important. But right now we're kind of focused on what's going on with Alex.
I don't know
You did a lot.
what to talk here. Like second time they got hacked. They just some absolutely stupid like exploit.
yeah, just like a
How
basic
can-
trainer.
How can they survive? We have
We
to people to
we
deal
will
with
we can
this,
take
yeah.
this call as many hours as you want. We can talk about that stuff.
Yeah,
I
we
don't-
have to
it's
stop
just-
this good vibes. Everything is okay.
I'm very anal about like just like
Anal's a good word for the day.
yeah unlubricated.
Man.
Unlubed Friday Anal.
Yeah, raw.
Welcome. I'm
Raw.
Melanie
Jack,
Carstens.
I-
Let's go
Ready
anal.
right at you in the
Yeah.
morning.
What time is
I
it?
would love to hear more perspective from Jack on this. Actually,
All right, Jack. State of the Union time.
Oh, well, here's the deal, man. Like, it just sucks. And again, and Alex is the biggest fish in the pond. But at the end of the day, I mean, Rosar put it well. Like, the way that the actual smart contract was set up was just not safe. Okay, you just allowed one fox access to all the hens, right? Someone else has posted this on X since then. They found the exact same, almost word for word what Rosar said. Like, it's just, why did that happen? Well, you can really only lay blame on the person responsible for making sure all the code's secure, and that's whoever the CTO for Alex is. I don't know who that is. So this is an Alex.
I met him at the party. You guys didn't come with me to.
This is an Alex
He
problem.
was in Vegas.
Alex, the CTO of Alex. We were talking to him for
He's
like
Chan, right?
when we didn't go into the hustler.
Yeah.
talk, Jack.
I ended up talking to him for half an hour, had no idea who he was. I was like, wow, you came from HK to Vegas? That's amazing. And then half an hour later, I add him on Twitter, and it's like, wow, CTO, Rocky, we just talked to this really cool guy. Nicest guy in the world, which is why it kind of breaks my heart. Rosar, you mentioned as well. Anyone I ever met from Alex, no.
They're all nice.
So divine. I mean,
Always good
Shanta is
people.
so
Yeah, no,
divine. She's
Rachel's
the most
very
loveliest
sweet, too.
lady.
Chanta, Hadan, Rachel, like
Man,
they're all
beautiful people,
they're
dude.
all good people. This wasn't. It's nothing against the people, but I mean, you're dealing with millions of dollars.
That's right. When you're dealing with so much money, ethically, you have a total responsibility to make sure that their money is safe. Otherwise, but I think we do need like some sort of external vetting. And I don't think it should be their own fault then if they invest or put their money into places that haven't been vetted.
Well, you're touching on a bigger theme here, which is when you're dealing with decentralization, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the issue. Like, this is why, and so our motivations as DeFi and decentralization maxis are, okay, how do we actually like mitigate this? Because TradFi, as they start building their own kind of rails and they offer their own products built on Bitcoin and so forth, they're going to do things the TradFi way. Very few people worry about like Fidelity getting hacked or, you know, or whatever brokerage or whatever. Very few people have to worry about that. Whereas in DeFi, the onus is on the person who is about to put their money into a protocol or an app or what have you. So you would think that the motivations to make things as good and secure as possible already exist, so that you can even compete with this larger world that's being built now and not driven into irrelevancy. So the responsibility and the ethics for that do land squarely on the people who are building. Now, you know, the issue in this space is again, when you talk about users, okay, so even me, I've been here a long time, but I have to rely on people like Rosar, you know, or Ian or whomever who are more technical than me before I can have a good opinion on how is this like really. Otherwise, you're just subject to, oh, look, this has got the most volume, this has got the most users, this has got this and that. So I don't know, man.
Yeah,
it really comes down to the team. Like, I think when you play this out to its logical conclusion, because the team is the one who really has the most motivation to get it right, and that's going to come down to skill, and that's going to come down to competency and understanding, because otherwise we're just going to get our lunch ate by the big dogs, you know.
The problem is the average person, I mean, Rosar said himself, nobody reads the contract. The average person, if we're going to open up this to, what is it, the next million people or whatever it is, that, you know, we can't expect every normie that then starts using DeFi, who's so used to using centralized banking, to come along and be like, okay, I'm going to understand smart contracts. You can't expect people to understand things. It's fine for us who've been around. We're like, okay, I got hacked. I'm quite sad, but I move on because I know it's happened to everybody I know. But I definitely think that we need to put some serious thought. And it goes back to, we did start doing it, but it just kind of fell off the rails, is how do we protect the communities? I know we decentralized, but we need to still.
You'll like this one.
No, what?
No, you gave me the thought. Okay. So, like, why does government exist? You know, a lot of people have different opinions about it, but I would say, like,
destroy our lives. Sorry.
Even the most like libertarian people would say government would probably agree government at least exists to have a military, because you don't want to have other countries come in and fuck you up. You know what I mean?
That's
you gotta
exactly
at least have,
what
like,
government is. Yes.
And what would a military be on chain? It would defend you against hackers.
Yes.
Right?
Keep going.
So even in it, you know, if we're going with this blockchains or countries sort of mental model, the most slim version of government that we would have is just a fund to protect us against attackers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's it. Like, that's 100%. The most basic, essential thing of government. Like, by I think anyone's definition. So even if you're like zero government, like, there should be some centralized fund to defend us against attackers. If we don't have anything, everyone's gonna, like, they just walk up to your house and you got a militia defend it with a gun.
You want a perimeter on your Pearl Harbor at the very least if you live in Hawaii.
Security is vital.
We need a militia.
And you put people to, we do. We need a militia. But the thing
Community
is we have to create some sort of security, because as this gets bigger and bigger and more people come into it, it's only going, say we get like 10,000 new people next year, okay, because everything goes hunky-dory, and 5,000 of them get hacked. Can you imagine the kind of media spectacle that will create against crypto again? Because that's all the media want, is like a bad story. You know what I mean? So we have to now, while we're all getting hacked and all these things, we have to put in place security. Like you say, money came around to fund war, because war is what a government is. It's all one.
It's inevitable.
Yeah.
That people are going to try to take shit from you. So
the more people that come into this, the more hacks are going to happen. This is play of what we can expect going forward. So I think part of this SIP and whatever we do going forward, creating some sort of militia, military defense.
Yeah, even just a sheriff, like a town sheriff would be like the lightest form of it. Just some sort of small way to, like, I don't want to call it tax, but like just some fund that's earmarked for defense, to defend us.
Yeah, like that. What was the guy in?
And as AI, sorry, Michael, but as AI gets more and more, can you imagine? Anyway, sorry, Michael.
Wait, this is a good question. Let's address this.
Yeah, doesn't having a police system defeat the purpose of decentralization? Not if it's a permissionless. I don't want to call it a police system.
It's not police system.
I like the word police. What's wrong with that?
We could use police, but the point is,
it's not a police. It's a protection.
If you have a country,
it's like a condom.
What's
condom
wrong with
doesn't change sex. It still happens.
Condoms. Keep going.
If you live in a
sex
country,
is still sex with a condom.
We're getting off topic here.
Marketing group would not agree.
Rosa's gonna get like autistic laser beam.
Do this.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So if you're in a country and everyone is out to defend themselves, like every man has his own castle and has to defend themselves, you're very vulnerable to attack. Because all it would take is a slightly larger army than the biggest castle to come in and pick them off one by one. You know what I mean? You need some sort of unity. You know, it's like the Raw speech, like freedom, decentralization, unity. You need unity. We need to be able to, like, if something comes in our kingdom and one person getting attacked, we can't just let them pick us off one at a time. You know, we need to, like, fucking summon the troops and beat them up. Although you can't attack hackers, I mean, maybe in the future we could find some way to proactively find them. But at the minimum, we have to have someone go around and be like, okay, your castle wall is good. You got cannons. All right, you're set. But if we go to one person, they don't even go to a wall. It's like a broken wall and there's a hole in the side of it. You'd be like, yeah, you got to fix this fucking wall because they're going to hit you and they're going to hit, the town behind you, which is like.
And/or we're letting everybody else know that's not the castle you're going to go. You shouldn't be careful if you're going to actually put your security into that.
Yeah. Castle. Yeah. Like this castle is doing all the commerce. It's like the capital of commerce, and there's a fucking giant hole in the wall to the treasury.
The crazier
and that's something you could have picked up.
But the crazier the castle, the better the sex, right? So there's this trade-off between yield, opportunity, and protection.
I'll allow it.
But here's the thing: like, it's not police for this very reason. If someone goes, because Ian did something similar to this months
like
and months
a fire
ago,
inspector.
Right.
Where he looked at some different contracts and just posted, said, hey, it looks like this looks like that. Here, address it. Here, address it. You can still point these things out, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the protocol to decide whether they
we can't arrest.
It's not an enforcement arm.
We can't kick your door down and take you to jail. We could just tell you what the issues are, like help educate you on them, and then if you don't want to do that, we won't give you like the stamp of approval or whatever. You know what I mean? It's purely at your
mouthpiece. You say, hey, look, this whatever this person is, or group of people or whatever, and they find something and they come to DeOrganized, they're like, this is what we looked at, this is what's been verified, this protocol has this vulnerability, they've been notified. Like,
specifically what Ian was proposing was a scoring mechanism.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
For auditing. That's what this this group should be. It would be great, this hypothetical group, if we could establish some sort of funded and directed entity that was specifically aimed at auditing everything in the ecosystem, and scoring it for security, and then making that information available. And it would actually force all of the players to be more in tune with their security.
Yeah, it should be like, actually, me and Setzus were talking about like all the the most important like attack factors of smart contracts and Clarity. We were talking about that a little bit, but yeah, like you could loosely map that to like a point on this scorecard. But I think it's also like education. Like it's not like you can just do it and then give them the results and be like, okay, you're good. Like it's important that these teams learn this, so as they build new stuff, they apply these. They could audit themselves effectively. Like you don't want everyone to have to learn the hard way. I'm telling you that from personal experience. Like my life would be a lot less stressful if I didn't have to learn things the hard way. But I know them now, so at least let me help other people so they don't have to do what I did.
Hero is loving this. He's like he's naming this thing.
Yeah, the only problem with the defense budget is when it starts going on the offense and destroying other blockchains.
I would love that. That'd be so fun. Go on the attack.
Remember how Avalanche
start exploiting vulnerabilities in other chains?
It's called a white hacker.
But did you see what happened with Avalanche, where they had the lawyers that were like maliciously doing the lawsuits allegedly to find out discovery? So, anyways, I'll drop it.
I didn't get that, but that sounds horrible. Lawyers attacking things.
Okay, so there was these lawyers that would sue other blockchains, right, with frivolous lawsuits, so that the
sounds like something XRP would do.
They look bad. You froze. What did you
Lawyer
say?
warfare.
So they look bad.
Yeah. So they would do frivolous lawsuits because as long as they could like get the lawsuit moving forward, the two parties would have to enter into discovery. And when they entered into discovery, they would investigate all of the buried bodies in the chain. And
can you believe some people just do that for a living? They just sue people and make them settle, and then that's like they're called lawyers, prosecutors.
That's
yeah,
the
it's just
spiciest
horrible.
topic ever, huh?
I'd be
what a
so
waste of an
depressed if that was
existence.
my
Just
job.
So
annoying.
in an effort to kind of organize the rest of the show and
Impossible.
into the SIP call, right? We have a SIP call coming on in about 50 minutes. So let's kind of keep maybe the next 20 minutes ongoing into Alex. And then at 10, we can start focusing more on SIP conversation, heading into the SIP call at 10:30.
So since we're all in alignment, we all agree that hard fork, take hackers' funds, give it to DeOrganized.
Correct.
Recover
All in
prisoner
favor,
funds.
say
Send
aye.
back to me. Aye.
All right. All
All right,
opposed?
we're good. We're in unison.
There we go.
I think all the audience says aye. So
Rogue community.
I have a conflict of
we'll do an
interest.
airdrop.
I'll abstain from that vote.
Let's hack an airdrop.
Community has
Hack
gone
an
rogue
airdrop.
already. It hasn't even started yet. We're just expropriating funds. That's it. I like it.
Let's make bot trap the gas token for stacks.
Bottrap is as dead as Alex, unfortunately.
Man.
It really is sad, and I'm not saying that to be glib, by the way. I really feel bad for it's unfortunate that this has happened, but I cannot at this time see I can't see Alex coming out of this.
I don't see why they'd want to. Like it's just gonna be such an uphill battle for so long, and it's just like they have lawyers. Like it's not like they can't just like declare bankruptcy under their legal entity and move on.
Heroes going back to McDonald's.
Hero's good at branding. Hero's good at so much stuff.
Yeah.
Jesus. Hero and Rosar.
Yeah.
If Hero and Rosar started a company,
Look, I want to see what happens when Rosar and Setsu start working together. I saw that picture together, and I think that's the most explosive dynamic duo on Stacks. Rosar and Setsu. That's two sides of a great coin.
I thought it was Blockface and Melanie.
What are we doing again?
Comparison.
I think with the dynamic dummies, Rosar and
What mean, fuck
Well,
you.
I'm talking about
Setsus and me are like exactly the same.
I'm like
except
part of
complete opposites.
Setsus and Rosa. Rosa wants Setsuits and Setsuits
and Good Kitty.
and me.
This has better
That's
hair.
dangerous. That's dangerous.
Hey,
Who does have the better hair? Setsus or Good
That's
Kitty?
not a question.
That's it. I don't know.
I love
Come
you,
on,
Rosa.
guys.
I mean,
Look at this
Setsus
mom.
has the best hair.
But really, Rosar, are you gonna do something with Setsus? Because I'd put money on that chain if I was gonna put my funds anywhere.
Maybe we already got something cooking.
Ta-da.
Who knows?
yeah. Well, I
I
think
know.
you should become the sheriff and the.
How do we deputize Rosar?
I am the one who deputizes people. All right.
I'll do it now. I'll do one of those things where you do it
Is
on
it
your shoulder.
immaculate deputization?
I'm a renegade.
You're gonna
That's the difference between
start-
me and Setsus. He's a sheriff. I'm a renegade. All right.
So what you're talking about is a digital
I live by
mercenary.
my own law.
It's a
Mercenary.
I
mercenary.
love that word. Digital mercenary.
Yeah, you can read more at digitalmercenary.substack.com.
I love it.
What does that even mean?
I started writing.
Provocative.
Yeah, I started writing posts about being a digital mercenary a couple
Oh,
years.
you guys made me do it. Now we're off topic. All right, let's bring
Yeah.
it back.
All right.
These where were we?
Okay.
So
We were talking about the SIP. Something.
we're transitioning to No California from Alex to SIP, and the community seems like it's the liminal space between the two. I also would be remiss. I did see Xenitron's post, and I wanted to kind of investigate it further because he's talking about a new way to have the scorecard for how projects are looked at. And
We can
yeah.
talk about later. Have fun just a little bit more because we have the whole hour for SIP call. So maybe we can talk more about different things.
Well, this
really
all specific is going to be governance oriented, but I would love to get more conversation about your. I think I think what you're proposing or what you want to talk about is very important. Actually, we have a lot of. There's a lot of on the DApp level side of things. The typical KPIs don't necessarily apply to measuring success. So there needs to be some kind of an understanding, and a lot of these KPIs are going to come out of the roadmap. SBTC expansion, user growth, the effectiveness of marketing. So I think what Xenitron wants to establish, which I think has been actually kind of well received. This conversation has been ongoing since the SIP was proposed. The SIP definitely seemed to be, when it was originally, the first draft was definitely more focused, or the wording and the language seemed to be more directly focused on DeFi growth. And it has, and a lot of the conversation has kind of allayed that is not factual, that this is a more encompassing, they are looking for not just DeFi growth, not just bootstrapping of liquidity, but there's a lot of marketing efforts that are going to go well beyond the DeFi realm. Support for developers and builders, which is not just DeFi focused. But we still kind of need to identify what are the KPIs that the endowment will be looking for. And so that the developers that are going to be making proposals for funding know what to target. Is that fairly accurate, Zenny?
Yeah, that's important because we need to bring new value into the ecosystem, but it's not should be like DeFi products. We have a lot of DeFi products. They are overwhelming our ecosystem. And the problem, like how Stacks chain works, it should create the more velocity, the more transactions, or otherwise it will be not sustainable in economical way. Everyone should understand. And I just dropped the question to Alex Miller in our Stacks Bitcoin main Leo chat, yeah, and he asked for suggestion. And I created this suggestion and dropped the forum. And I see Hedy already support me, and thanks for him a lot. So, and I just ask everyone to read it or just to put it into AI and make conclusion to understand how it works and why it's important. Because if we just focus on only DeFi products, we will not have community first blockchain. And I believe people start understanding if we have small amount of transactions, what will happen, and that the new value will not come into ecosystem.
Right.
Because
So,
yeah.
just to kind of reiterate or say that in a different way, DeFi is great, and we have a robust developing Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem on Stacks now. It does need to grow for the ecosystem to succeed as well.
Right.
But you cannot get the transactional volume out of DeFi alone to reach the ecosystem growth that we can get with the further development of other dApps that will generate more user activity, more transactional volume, number of transactions, new and also attract new users that are going to actually with broader engagement. You can't get the same engagement with DeFi as you can with games or art or music because it's not as engaging. People aren't spending time listening to DeFi, but they'll spend time listening to music. They're not.
Well, here's the thing. If you look at this as a spectrum, on one end you have DeFi, on the other end you have everything else. So, in terms of like money, USD or value or volume, however you want to conceptualize it, DeFi is going to be bigger, but it's going to have fewer clicks, right? Your fewer transactions, because one person's going to do thousands of dollars or whatever in one transaction. Whereas on clicks, you're going to have way more volume in terms of transactions, right?
Yeah,
so,
right.
And that's
Also,
probably better for the chain.
Also,
So-
go ahead, finish up. Sorry.
No. So I think that the solution is just in recognizing that somewhere in the middle is your KPI, right?
Yeah.
Because you just can't go off one or the other alone. Period. But I mean, like a good NFT mint, if it's inexpensive, it's going to make way more blockchain transactions than DeFi will in a whole month, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Another thing to consider is like the target audiences that are attracted by DeFi. Like Stacks has an older user base. It's like almost everyone's 30 and up. There's not a lot of like Zoomers on Stacks, and that's because they don't have money to invest. So if we want to attract, and like people who are older are just not not on crypto Twitter as much. They're not engaged in this community. They got families, they're doing other shit. I don't know why you guys are here hanging out with me, but obviously there's nothing better to do.
I don't understand how we're giving. I don't understand how we're giving C5 vibes up in this room right
I like it.
But
Yeah.
And nobody sits on Twitter. Rosa, you are
Tell-
on point there. Nobody sits on Twitter. Nobody sits all day looking at charts. Otherwise, the whole world would be into that. It's like culture versus capital. It's people might come for the investment. They might bring their money, but for them to, it's like any infrastructure in the real world. People take their money that they earn and then they go and do things. They go to movies, restaurants, Netflix, Spotify, skins on their games, whatever it is that they're doing. For us to keep people, and it's exactly what Xenitron's been saying, and I've written an article about it. It's something I feel so passionate about because of the arts and the music and the shit I'm interested in. We cannot, a chain is an empty halls or an empty house with great walls, great windows, great doors, if that's the DeFi, but no decor, which is, all the things that we do or we're going to want to do with the money we've got.
Right. You need a television in there.
But Stacks wants to, from what I've heard from the conversation, the Stacks proper folks want the singular focus, want nothing to deviate or detract from dominating BTC-Fi. Isn't that right?
I wouldn't say go that
Their
far.
main focus is BTC-Fi dominance. Am I wrong?
It's an important factor.
I would say that's
Not-
their primary focus.
That's their primary focus, and they do not
Yeah.
want anything to detract from securing that objective. That's my impression.
Well, because it's where they're front running right now. It's the opportunity
Yeah.
for the ecosystem.
Like they kind of have them, and they're
Not
leading in that space. Borderline have, they're leading in that space.
I heard
I
we-
was
So they
chatting
wanna capitalize on
to my interview last night was with Jonas. It was like really interesting. We touched on this a little bit, but you've also got to remember that before we can do anything, the rails have to be in place. They have to be tried, tested, secure. We have to have a monetary system or whatever it is that works. And once that's happening, and we're not experiencing things like this Alex hack or things going tits up, the most important thing, and somebody said it just now, we don't need any more DeFi builds on stacks. We've got the exchanges. We've got where we can make money. What we need to do
there's
now
never-
is focus on security.
There's always room for more options. in the
Yeah. But I'm saying before we expand further on this, I think a priority for everybody now is security. Security, making sure that what we've got already, because if we keep expanding next year, guys, do you know what AI is going to look like next year? If we
Nobody
don't prepare,
be unrecognizable.
Or can someone open up that pie chart from the initial SIP 31 proposal with like the allocation of funds? Because I think that's really what this conversation boils down to, is like what percentage, like say we get $100 million or 500 million, like what percentage goes to what stuff? And
Yeah, some percentage should go to community grants because it's important. You know the difference from the Bitcoin mining and stocks mining in economical standpoint of view. The difference when you mine Bitcoin, you can be in profit. But when you mine stocks, you cannot be in profit. To be in break-even, you have to sell the stocks on the market right now. And miner could be in profit only if they get the fees from transactions. But DeFi products doesn't create the velocity of transactions because it's one-time deposit.
I think it can, because Charisma did that for a period of time with the rapid energy collection process, which I'm trying to incorporate it back in.
Okay, so this is important.
But it's possible.
Oh, the bucket hat came off.
Yeah, if it's possible, build such a system. That's
So
cool.
I'm building shit every day. No one
Xenitron,
uses
what are you
Charisma. I don't
talking
know what to tell you guys.
So
Even you guys won't use it.
Xenitron, what you're
It's about the
talking
users.
The lazy motherfuckers.
Xenitron, what you're talking about is how miners get paid in the Stacks
Don't
ecosystem.
rope me in.
And what you're saying is that unless there is transaction velocity, there's not enough compensation for the miners. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, how the mining in stacks works right now. When you mine new block, you receive the stacks, and to be in break-even, you go in and sell your stacks to zero. But you can mine the fees from transactions to be in small profit. That's how the blockchain works. In Bitcoin is different because you spend to electricity, you spend to energy, and you can be in profit from the just a win on Bitcoin block. But in stacks, you cannot be in profit. So what's going on with the price right now? The miners just selling all the time the new stacks they received. And it means how they brilliant try to solve this problem from economical standpoint of view. The idea from very beginning wasn't this. Okay, if miners selling the new supply of stocks, there will be the buyer in the same amount. And if I'm as a buyer, I come and buy these stocks from the market to be in break-even. Okay, best scenario, I'm going to put these stocks to the staking. And I receive in the future, for example, 10% API in Bitcoin that miners put in this vault. But the problem, if the price stocks declining to BTC, it means you just losing on long-term value the money. That's the problem they didn't solve. It means like the stocks should have the real demand, should have like applications, dApps, whatever, like social NFT games that people come and buy stocks from the market. Otherwise, the price will go down. The irony here, when when there was a slow blocks, there will be much more fees. You remember this? And now with fast blocks, it means like we should have the more users. But with the fast blocks, the fees is very low. And it means like the miner does not like get these fees and they just dump these tokens again and again every block.
Well,
That's
that's
how it works.
kind of like the same issue with Bitcoin.
Well, I
You know,
mean,
Bitcoin-
eventually. Go ahead. Sorry. I didn't mean to
Oh,
interrupt.
if Bitcoin doesn't have enough transactions after the miner subsidy, you know,
Yeah.
you have to use the chain, right?
Yeah.
And
Well-
no, go ahead, Rosar.
I was going to say what's going to happen is people are just going to stop mining stacks. You know.
Yeah. No, it will be one miner. It doesn't stop stacks. The difference in Bitcoin, first of all,
Yeah, then they'll just put in less Bitcoin, so they'll get.
yeah,
you
the
know,
difference in Bitcoin mine, first
to
of
be
all, you can be
profitable.
in profit from very beginning when you win, because you spent on electricity the less amount of money than you spent on the mining of block. So it's a difference. And the second of all, if like a lot of transactions in block, for example, ordinals collection, you just get this amount of fees and you just in profit, and you don't need to sell Bitcoin to be in break even. That's how it works.
I think what we all understand here is that if we have more transactions, this problem goes away, right? We just need a lot more transactions. We need a lot more transaction fees, specifically.
Right, transactions and demand
Transaction
on the
fees.
stocks. We need new users who buy the stocks from the market to make it sustainable chain
Well,
going.
Technically, we don't, and I'll tell you why. Because with things like fee abstraction, like Blaze, Bolt, other things where users aren't actually paying in stacks, these application layer protocols are then basically charging their own fees in whatever currency they want, any token they want, and then they're responsible for buying the stacks for the users. Like they're responsible for buying their own stacks to pay for gas. So users actually don't need to buy any stacks if we move to a sort of fee abstraction world, which I think is way better. I would prefer just to charge fees and whatever users want to pay them in, and then just like buy the stacks and pay for all users' gas on my own. I think it's a better model.
No,
I used to get lost in these conversations, but now I understand from talking to Jack for the past year the role that transaction fees have in keeping miners invested in the process. Jack, you mind saying a few words?
Yeah, I mean that's the whole thing. One day, that's the real danger here, and just looking at Bitcoin as a store of value. One day, there's not going to be any Bitcoin to mine for miners, right?
Reach it, Jack.
You still need hash power for the security of the network. You still need people in the game, and that's why L2s and things that allow for more transactions on the L1 are so important, because that's how you keep miners in the game. It all comes down to you build all the stuff, people have to use it, and just to like put a period at the end of this whole sentence. Does it make sense for stacks to, a lot of stacks protocols to be looking at DeFi? 100% it does, because that's where institutions are looking. That's where product market fit is. That's where everything else. And then when you have the big green candles that come because of these things, then you have more eyes and attention on stacks. And here's where the community always wins. VCs don't buy anything or don't invest in anything before the community has already realized it's worth doing. So if you have an active community, this is the Xenitron's point. If you have an active community that's building and experimenting and discovering the new meta way before anyone else, these things will also not only do you want this like in the community in the first place, not only do you want this stuff being explored in the first place, but that will bring more investment. Arguably you could say that if DeFi Summer hadn't happened on Ethereum, NFTs would not have popped off the way they did. The reason why NFTs popped off on Ethereum the way they did is because the ecosystem was so flush with cash, and you had people looking for a new meta, and all of a sudden you have Bored Ape Yacht Club. And now, that became the thing, and VC money just flew into there, like
status symbols,
right?
Like, also,
watches.
It's a novel.
If you're going to look at institutional money, and you talking about like bringing in, it's millions of dollars, right? The first thing they're going to do is, and I'm going back now to, the hack. And then obviously bringing that into activity, the first thing they're going to do is like due diligence, right? And then they're going to see, okay, well, am I really going to put in, millions of dollars into something that doesn't have the kind of security that I need, B, doesn't have the community, like you said, to be spending, doesn't have activity. The activity comes from having various apps. And then obviously that leads to volume. So this is the kind of stuff that we need to talk about and make sure that we are ready for it. And then obviously, are you AI ready? So we need security, and we need to make sure somebody's reading those contracts so that when there is investment, people feel safe with their investment. And we need to make sure that the community is looked after, and media things like DeOrganized is funded so that there's a community voice. These are the kind of things due diligence is going to investigate. And then is there stuff to do? Because ultimately, once all the DeFi is in place, it still becomes a ghost town if we haven't got things for people to do, things to spend their money on, things to keep people there. Because they might come for the DeFi, and the institutions are going to look at that and they're going to say, am I going to put all my money into somewhere where there's nothing for people to do? So we need to make sure that we are secure, and we need to make sure that there's shit for people to do, and the rails that they're going to do that on is proper.
I think the most important thing about these community focused apps and activity is like the network effects. It's like if you're working on a project at work and you pick a vendor, that's not something you're necessarily going to go home and talk to your friends about. It's not very exciting. But if there's something you're actively involved in, you're interested in, you're going to talk to everyone about it because you like it, and like that's the word
fun
spread.
and engaging experience, you're going to talk more.
Yeah,
about
right.
It.
Yeah,
right.
And like you're going to
engagement.
talk to your friend who's an investment banker, and he'll be like, "Oh, that's cool." Like, and then he's going to talk to his work buddies about it. But it's just like things you do for work because they're smart financial decisions are not like.
Yeah, you're going to tell people
that's
about
how
music,
people know about
movies.
stuff.
I don't think we're all in agreement here, right? And I think that the SIP authors and the core entities are also in agreement on this. Like they don't.
Yeah. Can we see the
They're
chart
not
again?
in opposition to this. The chart again.
The pie chart. Yeah. I just want to like look at each section because I'm not exactly sure what they entail.
Yeah. What does bootstrapping mean when we're no longer bootstrapping? What does that part mean?
Yeah. There should be another.
Well, no, that's not. That's a different kind of bootstrapping.
Oh.
That's liquidity bootstrapping.
Liquidity bootstrapping. Okay.
Right.
But
Okay,
hasn't this chart changed since the second or V2 come out?
Possibly, but is there a description on what each of these sections mean? Can you read them to the classroom?
What they mean, I can only really kind of speculate. Working capital is budget money for for spending. For like if a project needs help getting covering listing fees on an exchange, or product launch assistance and that kind of thing. Like that's working capital. That's also money that gets invested and can earn while it's not being spent. Growth and marketing, I think, is where the budget's going to come for community projects, and also marketing, which is aimed at user onboarding, collecting mind share, getting more awareness of what's going on Stacks and bringing people in.
But does that include DeOrganized media, or is this like?
It remains to be.
Because like.
Yeah,
it almost feels like it's already written from like this is internal marketing from official Stacks.
DeOrganized media until DeOrganized media puts together a proposal and propose.
To be honest, they have to divide this because like they could take a lot of for marketing, but the growth is very important. As we have unity in our community, right? We're talking about community grants, we're talking about new applications, and now I have this 100% divided. Like it will be like 10% on the most important things we talk about.
I think it's all kind of I don't think any one thing is most important. I think all of it's kind of important. But
What I-
bootstrapping. So just to kind of go over all of these funding
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
What is
You got
bootstrap
20%
network?
to growth and marketing. You have 31% going to liquidity bootstrapping.
Mhm.
12% of the budget's going to engineering and security. So growth and marketing is getting a heftier share than engineering and security, which is actually also extremely important. None
Yeah,
of these
we saw it today. What is
Yeah.
bootstrap network? What is exactly?
bootstrapping the network.
I think that's liquidity.
It's
Like,
liquidity on
I
the
think to be
What's-
honest, it's amount that they bought from the market from the miners. That's how it works.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
The miners each block 7 the amount of stacks, and this is like the reason how to make the price break even or going up. Somebody have to buy the same amount.
So you think it's actually some of that, and we can get further clarification too. You think some of that bootstrapping
I
That-
think what bootstrapping is,
towards purchasing stacks off of the mining market?
Yeah, but the contradiction that you receive the stacks from this SIP.
okay, I think I can explain bootstrapping because I feel like it's somewhat similar to like something that might happen with like a governance token that you can mint more of. So for instance, like, say like you have a governance token as part of your project and you're using it for liquidity pools or something, and you can mint more of it through like a multi-sig or something. I think this is effectively that. Like they're just minting more tokens and then pairing them with like SPTC or other things and just adding it to the network to liquidity pools because it dilutes everyone, but it also creates a higher market cap and like valuation. But it only dilutes if people sell in response to it.
Right. And well, it also provides a more functional liquidity.
Yeah,
So-
like there's just
so
more
we can-
liquidity.
So we can actually handle user growth.
Yeah, like smoother swaps because there's just deeper liquidity now.
Right. Less.
You're centralizing more liquidity into like the DeFi protocols that like make use of it instead of it just like sitting in wallets.
less
No.
slippage, more secure transactions.
This is like it's something I've thought about doing on Charisma is like, basically like like we have some Charisma in the multi-sig, like moving that out and putting it in liquidity pools would be kind of similar, just like taking idle capital and making it putting it to use. But I would say my one thing I would ask at the next call is like I'd like to see teams like Hero and Trust Machines and Leather and these sort of like historically like part of Stacks quote unquote teams be on the same playing field to getting funding as teams like DeOrganized Media and Charisma and other projects that are building just as much stuff. But just like it almost feels like we're not part of the club, of like assumed to be going to conferences because it's paid for, like these, like Trust Machines, they're all on salaries. What I mean? We're not on salaries. They're on salaries. They go to conferences and they're paid the whole time. We're not. I like to go to conferences. I think I'm a great vibe. I'd be a lot of fun at conferences.
You were a great vibe.
And I can talk my technical chops too. Okay, I do fine.
I think our presence there was very valuable for
They should
staff.
send us to all the conferences and pay us to do it.
I'm gonna do that. Bitcoin and beyond.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about you, Melanie. You weren't there with us the first time. Kind of have to.
They turned down. They turned down my application to be media.
She's so mad. I'm sorry.
course.
man. I don't know how that happened, to be honest with you.
I'm gonna be mad for the rest of my life until I go to a conference.
It's kind of a boys thing, right?
I put a link.
Hey, I've got big balls, dude. Just because I got long hair and makeup doesn't mean I don't have a pair of balls in my pants.
Yeah.
Well,
So I put a
I'll
link
see.
in the chat.
Sorry, Rosa.
Hero wrote something about the SIP and he put it in the forum. I imagine it's relevant.
you're saying something?
Hero posted something in the chat for the SIP 031. I think it's Hero's analysis.
In the forum?
Yeah, I put the link in the
Just today?
Yeah, just now.
All right.
I still can't even post in the forum. I just need to reply more. I don't like this. I feel like I'm like level 0 or something.
Penny, were you
game.
have your did you
Making a
have your
tutorial
situation in the forum fixed, by the way? Were you able to actually post in there?
No, I mean I'm not able to post in there either. I tried to post a comment and then it has to be like
You
Yeah,
guys-
you're in tutorial modes too.
Oh,
yeah.
You guys have
Worst.
to post more before you can actually get.
Very
Oh, Hero's got a huge.
what's the point?
All right.
Yeah.
How do you get to post? Because I also want to post.
I posted a few comments, but nothing.
Yeah,
Like, not
because-
enough.
because
You have to set up an account.
Block face.
Post. You have to like the first couple of times. Like
Am I amusement to you?
Can I be
There you
honest?
go.
I think that it should not be set up that way. I get that there is like, okay, you don't want people
it's
trolling
just
in
a
there,
spam.
lot-
Like it's a normal thing. It's just that
but people, but this in the same
I'm
way,
just entitled.
you can-
That's
you
the
can
problem.
So
spam-
let me just say this though. We in our SIP process, we have been directing people to participate in that forum over and over and over again for months and months. And if people had actually engaged when we told them to, they would have had the clearances by now just by post. I think you have to post on there like 3 times before
Hold
you.
on, I think we have a new
I'm just
commenter.
lazy.
We have a new forum poster on the SIP over there, Rosar. What does our new member have to say?
What do you have to say?
Look at that cute dog. What's the dog's name?
Bark once for yes, bark twice for now on SIP 031.
Are you sure?
We should all get our dogs. Listen, you know what? My dog ate a box of poison. Okay, it's snail poison.
It's a very dog thing to do.
Wait, an entire box, my Labrador, because it eats anything. So it ate the box, and then it just started projectile vomiting from both ends. Okay, green, because the poison was green everywhere, on the walls, on anything it walked past, it was just puking. So I asked ChatGPT, like, hey, my dog ate this. I took a photograph. They're like, okay, your dog is about to die. You have to get him to a vet. So then I phoned the vet hospital. Now, remember, this is like 9 o'clock at night. So I phoned the vet hospital. This is now the other day. Like, what must I do? They said, listen, is your dog actually still alive? Like, okay, you have to bring him here now because he's got like minutes to live. So anyway, we like rush him to the vet. They like trolley him in to the vet hospital. They're like, no, he's fine. My dog ate a box of poison. It's like the first dog to live through.
He's a survivor.
You want to know?
Fuck
You want to know
Labrador.
the way to poison snails and skull and to kill snails and slugs and so forth without having to use
Yeah,
poison?
please.
You
Salt
use
them.
beer.
Salt.
Now,
Put
That's so
beer.
cruel. The salt
Beer.
theory is so cruel. What do you do with beer?
Yeah, put beer in like narrow, like little small cups. They're attracted to the smell of the yeast, and they will
Drown.
like go in there and drown.
Oh, I thought they just
Yeah.
got drunk and made
drink
Yeah,
themselves
like
to
a
death.
charm.
How they died.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
wasted.
they're going out like in the
Blackout.
best way possible. So you're not salting
They
them.
just-
They're like in snail nirvana
So
for a
hard
good
though.
30
I don't like
seconds.
to kill
before they
anything.
drown.
I'm like, namaste. Let the little fucking bugs run everywhere until they ate all my fruits and vegetables. Now I'm like,
You don't
But I
have to
don't know.
kill them. You give
Beer.
them beer,
want
and
them
they
to pass away naturally.
you give them beer.
Send them to Valhalla with some Miller Lite, man. Like use a beer that sucks, you know, like, but
You
it'll
give
be
them
great for
beer,
them.
They start bar fighting. You know what I mean? Like it's probably
That's so funny.
Stabbing
They're
each
like-
other.
Fighting little snakes. You'll hear it
Yeah.
from when you're sleeping at night. Little snail screams. They'll be fighting all the other pests.
What'd you say about my mama?
see, these dog vomiting snail conversations are exactly why I can't bring you. You know, just constantly.
We lost our new member.
Sorry, doggy.
Well, I'm glad he's still alive. I think we all are.
Yeah.
Sorry, I always just say the most random thing. I can't help it.
It's okay. We don't
I
blame
just
you.
say whatever comes in my head.
I think we need a little of that.
It's important.
Keyword little. I'll just like sprinkle it in, like a little salt on a snail.
Oh, it's like you have to dust it like that Salt Bay guy, the autism laser beam.
Peace, you're mouthing something. Are you thinking?
Listen,
No, I'm just I'm in a DM, just chatting with somebody.
DM and
I'm multitasking. So I talk to
hanging
myself
out.
writing.
So the other thing was we were going to vote Jack and Peace to be the head of this new whatever with Hero. We're still voting yes on that, right?
What?
Because apparently,
Like a board seat.
yeah, the community leadership, whatnot. That's Jack and Peace, right? They have.
But there's like a title now for it. So these are just 4 rotating board seats.
No, there's a community, like a main community member that sits with the 5. So there's a 5, and then there's a 9. I think it is.
No, well, there's 5.
That was going to be a 6.
There's 5 key holders. There's a total of 9 members on the
Right.
Treasury Committee.
But in the 5, you've got Manib, Alex, Mitchell, and then you've got a person we they don't know yet, and then you've got a community, and then a community member which gets voted in, and they sit on that seat.
Oh, there's going to be a community member that's a key holder? I'm not sure that's but so honestly,
okay, let's propose.
I don't want to be a key holder. I don't want that responsibility. I don't want that risk.
Is it? Just have a look, Blockface, and see if I'm maybe talking shit.
Even if it doesn't, we should have a community member there. Jack, sorry, it's you. Keep going.
That is a tough job.
I would take the headache if the community wanted me to, but I'm not volunteering myself for anything.
It's a rotational. So the other 4 board members. So there's going to be an appointment committee established by the community, and then the appointment committee will actually appoint the other people that are going to be on the Treasury Committee. One of the key holders will be.
They change every 36 months.
I think it's actually.
That sounds long. I thought it was 1 year.
Who gets on the appointment committee?
It's 30.
That's a good question.
Jack.
Right.
Okay, Jack.
Vaguely, it says it'll be chosen by the community. The appointment.
Yay. All right, Jack, you're in.
It's just one of those positions where you can't make everybody happy. And I mean, I usually find myself in that position. Like,
I
don't want responsibility.
You know?
If anyone's going to make me unhappy, I want it to be Jack. You know what I'm saying?
And I don't care about being a key holder. Again.
Yeah, I was just thinking you might be good for that. You live in the middle of nowhere and you got a gun, so you're probably operationally secure.
There's a whole lot of vetting that goes on for key holders. So I would look at. We're just looking at the other 4 members as representatives of the community, because I don't think most community members aren't probably going to meet all the criteria necessary to be key holders. I don't know all the details, but it's got to be. There's a huge security risk there. So there's criteria there that people have to meet to be able to.
Look, I would.
You're a target for you're a target if you're a key holder for an endowment. With
that. Like who wants real power? We all just want the illusion of power. You know?
The thing is, like, of all the people who pretend to protect his home, it's probably Jack, right? Of all the people here, Jack would probably have the longest standoff out of all of us here. Maybe Xenitron.
My dog's doing some moaning.
Rosa, you know what we want? We want a job where we get paid, but we don't have to work.
I just want a job. In general,
so do I, guys.
I'm happy to work.
Us? Doesn't anybody want to hire me? Please.
No, we have.
I'd hire you if I had money. I didn't have any money.
Alex is looking for a new.
How many blocks?
Too soon.
I'll hire you,
I can't pay anyone in blocks.
I'm not sure anyone else but me and you heard that, Jack.
What did you say?
Zitty cracked a smile.
What?
He got it.
No, I'm not.
Anytime I can make Xenitron laugh, that's it. I've won for the day.
What? What did I miss?
You were suggesting that you were available for a job, and Jack suggested that there might be an opening at Alex. Anyway.
Shame. Poor Alex.
It is terrible. Honestly, it sucks. It really sucks, and I don't mean. You know what? This is how we deal with.
Let's learn from it.
Situations. You got to have a little bit of
humor,
or you can't get through it. And it's a.
You know where the name comes from, Alex?
Automated liquidity exchange.
Not originally. That's Rachel. It's when Rachel and Gente formed the company. Shante called it Alex because they called it Alex. It's Rachel's son's name. And
Oh,
it was
really?
to show that's how committed they are to the company.
Mm.
Very sad.
Oh, well, you didn't have to say that. Now we all feel bad.
Anyway,
It's fucked up.
but
All right, guys, so we'll bring out fuck it.
It's a nice convenient. I'm just gonna say it's an acronym. And that is just a convenient.
all right.
Yeah, you feel better if you keep it at the acronym.
Yeah, that makes me feel better.
Say it, good kitty.
Acronym.
Then say it.
Acropocalypse.
Arachnid.
She
That's a
got
big
into the
city.
snail's beer. John.
I mean, tucking into my Friday
yeah.
juice.
I do
people.
think there could be a
true.
silver lining to this, though.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we should take this hard fork more seriously, make more demands from it. You know, because at the end of the day, it's the retail investors that are getting fucked by this, and the retail investors should demand more of this, you know, mint money. Because if we've already agreed that we're going to do what it takes to make Stacks survive, because you know we're experimenting, we're trying new stuff, and experimentation comes with risks. Then we should be rewarded for taking these risks. You know, like who says we should be poor for doing all this innovative work and like trailblazing and shit? I don't think we should. I'm not saying I gotta be rich, but I want to be able to pay my bills at least.
I think you're pointing to DeOrganized machines, and I'm all for it.
So that's where I stand.
Well,
I would love to get the.
How do we make loads of money? No, we don't want loads of money. We just want, like Rosal says, just all I want is enough so that I don't have to worry.
Give me the fucking stacks that we're taking back. You know, just gonna distribute them to everyone anyway.
Just to kind of throw it out there, we have about 8 minutes until the SIP call. I probably will have to like drop some people off depending on who starts joining in and when. So just don't take it personally if I drop you off.
I'm gonna jump out now. I gotta walk my dog and jump on the SIP call.
All right. And by the way, anyone who's not staying on the live stream is welcome to also participate in the live chat and or in the spaces afterwards at 11:30. And I'm not looking to kick anybody off. I wish we actually could figure out how to have more seats on here. Restream.
So I'll go. Bye.
No, you have to stay.
No, I mean, nobody has to go now, but once we
So
fill up, I will have to drop
Drop
some.
down if needed.
I know that the focus wanted to be on governance. So, Peace, can you, when you say governance, what do you mean? The process by which SIPs go from ideation to CAB to manifestation and voted in? Is that what you're saying?
I think in general it'll be partly that, and partly how does governance of the endowment work? How is that going to be functional?
Okay.
And just kind of going over the nitty gritty of that part of the SIP, where how is it being governed? The governance side of the SIP, and then just in general where it goes, when it goes into the governance cab, what are they looking for, and all of that stuff too. We'll see.
Okay. So the main document on that side is SIP 31.1. A new draft arrives, right? That's the most recent proposal.
So I actually haven't. There's a conversation about that, but I haven't been to the main SIP since that got dropped. So is there actually an update?
I just pasted a link. It says SIP 31.1 Alex L. Miller. As promised, below is my proposal for the revision of SIP 31.
Right. So but that's not actually, it's not an entire new proposal. It's just suggesting what changes will be made.
Correct. So it's only the changes. It's not the net. It's not the entirety. Gotcha. There would have to be harmonization of the original and this, correct?
Right. And to be honest with you, I don't think there's a lot of revision to the proposed SIP governance to begin with.
Yeah, the question arises where we have to drop our proposals to the main thread, main topic, or to the Alex draft. Because I dropped to Alex draft. I hope the community will see, and I believe in your support because it's very important. I had already from the Hedy support, and to understand this is very important metric to build community grants and keep forward.
Honestly, I'd suggest, Zenny, that you can drop that in both to get it. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't hurt you to put it in both places. That wouldn't be looked frowned upon. Just
Yeah, I think okay.
making sure you're getting exposed, that idea exposed to more people. I'd put it on the main. I would definitely put it in the main thread. But so one thing I just want to, as we're wrapping up this segment here, I really appreciate where our ecosystem is. We have lots of engagement from all sorts of different perspectives, and everyone's giving an opportunity and everyone has a chance. And I really appreciate everyone taking the opportunity to come in and engage and be part of this. It's really important that we're doing this. I think it's really, it really speaks to the strength of our ecosystem, that it is not centralized, that it is open to suggestion from diverse voices, even if those aren't the loudest voices or the most well funded voices in the ecosystem. And it's important because we do realize that we need more than just a handful of DeFi projects to thrive, and I think some of the question you asked, Zenny, last night kind of put the conversation in the wrong direction, because it made it a DeFi versus everything else, where really the solution is DeFi and everything else. It's not one or the other. It's not this or that. It's this and that we're.
Yeah, I agree. But to prove this to our Stacks core ecosystem, we need to explain why it's important, because it's important from economical standpoint of view, not just from the boring or entertainment perspective of view. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And Hero in the house. Good morning, Hero. How are you today?
Good morning. Good morning. What's up?
What's up? What's up? We are just about ready to head into the SIP call segment. I'm actually going to do it.
I really like you just summarized as it's not DeFi and everything else. What was it?
It's not DeFi or everything else. It's DeFi and
everything else.
And
yeah.
That's
but
good.
I participate on every this Wednesday marketing call, and we just try to explain that we should not focus it 100% on DeFi. That's the reason.
No, and you're absolutely right, Zenny. I mean, it is important. That was probably the largest reaction from the initial draft, was this needs to be more than just about DeFi. And it was really more of a communication issue than anything else. It was never intended to just be about DeFi. But part of the explanation about that does we don't want to underscore the importance of DeFi in this either. It's important that.
Oh, we never do it. We never do it.
Right. What's up, Alex?
What up, y'all? How's everybody's morning? Nice and calm and relaxed.
Yeah. Well, we're taking it in stride, right? We're figuring it all out, and we're having lots of conversation this morning.
Yeah. One thing I'm thinking about is I have a friend named Alexa who owns the handle on Twitter @Alexa, and people would always tweet at her when they were mad about things involving their Alexas. Anyways, I'm thinking about that for no reason in particular today.
No reason at all. That's funny. I mean, you got to laugh at some point.
And Hero, I'll start kicking people as we get as we hit 10 and we don't have everyone in yet. I'll just start dropping some people, but we'll manage it. Unfortunately, we just don't. We have more demand for spaces for seats on this call than we actually have seats.
I'm listening, so I can drop down.
Yeah, honestly, Atlas, I'd rather have you here until we don't need you here. You know what I mean? So I'll just you guys can drop, but you don't need to until we actually get filled. Right now we're at 7. We have a max 10. So once we have 3 more join, we'll drop people off. Here's Mitchell. Welcome, Mitchell. How are you today, man?
Good morning. Pretty good. How are you?
Doing well. We've been having a lot of interesting conversation. So obviously the news of the day is what's going on with Alex. And,
Yep.
And it seems like it actually, isn't. It's not an ecosystem issue.
No, not at all.
Unfortunately, it happened, but it's
Yeah, it is. I think it's one of those, like you try to live the life of, decentralization and all that, and so inevitably, like things at the app layer are going to crop up. So it's early here on the West Coast, and I've just sort of dove into like what's going on there. But yeah, unfortunately, I feel like some of the early comms on it made it seem like a Stacks issue, so there was more confusion than there needed to be. But all our technical folks have dived into it, and a bunch of the other ecosystem founders and stuff have been basically highlighting that this is not a protocol thing, really. But but we'll be helping Alex as much as we can, just as we did last time, helping them contact exchanges, work through the issues, and so forth. But yeah, good morning.
never a dull moment in Stacks.
I was going to say, and I think this highlights how decentralization stuff works, right? Like plenty of the other apps in the ecosystem and like, the L2 Labs team, like as soon as you're notified, and honestly notified by the community who noticed it, I think first, because this is one of
I think it was Rosar
Stacks,
actually.
Right?
Rosar was the first.
There's a lot of really good devs in the ecosystem, and so actually it's a group, the Twitter group chat that I'm in with you guys was actually, I think, the first group to notice it and the first notification of it, and like the Leo team noticed it. So I pinged that over to like the L2 Labs team, who immediately took down the SBTC bridge, not because there's any issue with SBTC, right? SBTC's totally secure, all the funds are absolutely safe, but it was just a way of shutting down at an application level, something to help constrain the hackers' movements and buy time on things like that. I know a bunch of the other things, like Zest made similar actions. So I think the community responded very well on all of this. But yes, there's no issue with the Stacks chain. It's operating fine. It's secure. It's not a bug in the Stacks chain. It was absolutely an issue in the application layer with Alex. And like we've now had that, confirmed by, I think Mitchell said, I think I've had at least half a dozen founders and Stacks devs ping me confirming that.
Yeah. And so 2 things you said there. Number one, the response by the Stacks ecosystem has been tremendous. I know a bunch of the protocol security teams were all working together to solve the issue, to make sure, that we understood what was going on, and to actually engage in all the practices that could actually make sure that the damage was as little as possible. So that's great. We represented well there. I think this also speaks towards part of the SIP proposal for SIP 31 is enhanced security for the network.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about this for quite a while. So here's Zero. So the only one that I invited on that's not here yet, and I don't know if we have others being added, was Mr. Wagme. So if he does, I'll start dropping people off, but I'll keep everybody on until we need to do that. What's up, Zero? What's up, Whoa, buddy? But back to so we've been talking about this for a while because there have been a couple of security incidences over the last year, and there does seem to be a need for I don't want to say centralized, but almost like a community representative security mechanism that maybe just kind of independently audits what's all of the projects in the ecosystem, provide some kind of security scoring and a public facing database for this to let people know what the security scoring is from an independent security source.
Yeah, I'll push a little bit on part of that. I don't think some central entity or whatever, in the ecosystem or anything for instance, like I'd never want Hero, I would never want Stacks Foundation, anyone like that, to be attesting to the security of applications, right? That's not our role in it. I don't think it's good for an ecosystem like that. If anything, when it comes to like security attestation stuff, like that should be a free market solution. There's already lots of security auditors and security expert companies. We work with some of the best in the world at it. Like in particular, part of the reasons that SBTC's security is so good is we're working with Asymmetric Research, who obviously came out of like, the Solana ecosystem and are widely regarded. And I've worked with a lot of security folks. They are truly like probably the best in the business. They're amazing at what they do.
Yeah.
The market should determine who is a credible security voice, and those people can rank into it. What we should be doing at an ecosystem level, and is absolutely a huge part of SIP 31, is number one, obviously, like the core devs on Stacks are responsible for the security of the chain of the of SBTC, right? So like that has always been invested in, but we need to do more because as the chain gets bigger and bigger, it's only going to become more of a thing. And then we also need a lot of resources to provide to founders so that they can build good apps, right? But that's about supporting them to build good apps that others then sign off on. And so again, we've already done a lot of that in the past. Again, in particular, L2 Labs has like the Orange Hats program, which provides like security audits and access to it. There's best practices on security listed out by the Stacks Foundation, by Hero. There's obviously just like a lot of really wonderful devs in the ecosystem who I think are happy to chip in and help people. There are auditors who provide audits, are experts in clarity. Personally, I think proactive design is more important than audits. And again, there's lots of resources for that. So there's definitely resources for that right now, but to really scale the ecosystem, we also need more and more and more. But yeah, I think that is the essential part for something like the foundation, Hero, the endowment, assuming SIP 31 goes through, is it is about securing the core of the chain and providing resources to developers to make sure they build their apps well, and then others can sign off and say, hey, we think this app is secure.
Oh, Alex is stealing all my thunder here, but I totally agree, Alex. Couple of the other things, like to make it specific, I think we have in mind, right, is going forward. I think if we have the resources, one of the sort of easy wins is basically expanding some of the partnerships that we already have. I think Immunify is a really good example, where a bunch of apps are sort of separately operating with Immunify, have their own different programs. By the way, is it just me or is the music like really loud?
Is it loud? Hold on. I can.
Maybe it's just me. But I think we can do more like that, where you have, you could have the idea of sort of like a common shared wide Immunify program that is somehow subsidized. But to Alex's point, I'd like to see us use the resources that are already available as well. Like we brought on Hypernative last year. Hypernative would help in a situation like this. I think only some of the apps have integrated. And I think there are a ton more solutions like that are like real-time threat detection and stuff where, the endowment or the entity, the apps entity can do one integration that then serves all the builders, in terms of like better security. So a lot of options ahead for us for sure. But people got to use them as well. So.
Right. And so, and this is really like not the main focus of the conversation for today either.
Yeah.
Dirty side of things, but we did last year. We talked about the establishment of, again, this is not a centralized thing, more of a community oriented, getting people involved. We had no budget, and that's why it didn't happen. But an independent, not specific to any of the protocols, not specific to Hero, not specific to the Stacks Foundation, even just kind of an independent community group that focuses on security from a community level, which I think would be beneficial.
Maybe I don't know quite what you mean by that. Could you say more? Like, what is community? Like, what is security at a community level?
I would say
I didn't see any applications for things that weren't funded, so I just maybe I missed it. I'm curious.
Well, we didn't apply for funding. It was really just a group that kind of started getting together, and the reason it didn't actually go anywhere was because we didn't get funded. We didn't ask for funding. It was.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Wow, he touched on 2 cents of the topic, and
Peace.
I can add a little bit to that.
Yeah,
How did-
was anyone else involved in that one?
Yeah, I hadn't heard of this.
Yeah, I think it's almost like if you sort of picture it, it's like a community neighbor watch, kind of more like ongoing. But like I think people like Rosa who have pretty deep knowledge of like the Clarity contract, more able to jump in like quickly and see what's going on. But maybe Rosa can speak more about that.
But to Alex's point, like the market's ultimately going to make these decisions anyway, right? I mean, that's the whole thing. But no, it is good to have. I think the larger point is, you know, when you're in a decentralized environment, everyone has a lot more responsibility than they are accustomed to, and unfortunately in some cases. And you know, a lot of retail and a lot of people in the space, they still don't have the necessary understanding of how to make good decisions, you know, in a decentralized environment. I mean, we see that every day in this space. But at the end of the day, the solution is going to be provided by the market, whether it's, you know, people just not using things after, you know, catastrophic failures, or you know, a solution where people can kind of like provide education or what have you. I don't think it's, I don't know. It's not something I'm going to lose any sleep over, to be honest.
I'll be losing the sleep for you as we help the team out.
Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, sort of behind the scene, and not to blow their horns, but like anytime this kind of things happen, people like Mitchell and probably Alex for sure, behind the scene they have to coordinate a lot. Like, you know, it doesn't matter what hour it happens, they probably have to get up and just like sort out the mess with a number of like developers. So
we're not supposed to tell people that, Hero. No, I'm kidding. Thanks, though.
Yeah, see, fortunately, I'm on the East Coast today, and so I was up at 6 a.m. Eastern already, and, you know, right into it.
Cool.
So just to kind of complete my thought, I'm not sure how I got knocked out of this show, but what I was looking at would be something that would, after the endowment's established, maybe there's a proposal for the creation of this entity that could be kind of proactive and just kind of doing some independent auditing and be a resource for the community. But that's not really the topic of discussion today. What we're really here to talk about is the governance side of SIP and the governance side of the endowment. So let's kind of jump in. Well, so the endowment thing, go ahead here.
If I may, just because I know there are probably a lot of like new audiences who might not have even heard like what the caps are. So maybe just like set the scene a little bit. If I may ask Will Buddy.
And I've got sorry, Hero, and +1 to doing a little background setting, and then I've also like saved some information to debut here first to give you guys a little alpha on like some of the governance nominations process, and then I plan to publish it on the forum later. So I wanted to leave some time to share that with you guys as well. So I'll jump in after we do a recap.
Also, it would be useful to me and maybe some of the audience members if we could just do like a quick intro on some of the people who are new on the call, because I don't necessarily know everyone's faces yet, and maybe like what your work on.
Yeah, why don't we start with Will Buddy? Maybe just like give an intro, like what the governance cap does, who are actually on there, what part of that process that comes into this particular SIP or any other SIP. If you should do like a quick education for everybody new.
Well, I meant just like the people on the call right here, like who they are.
Sure. So Will Buddy, that's what I go by in the ecosystem, but I'm also part of the Governance Consideration Advisory Board. So I'm the chairperson there. Name's actually Jason. So I've met some of you in person, and yeah, it's been a pleasure. So what our group does is, these different consideration advisory boards were formed to help review and watch the process around any stacks improvement proposal. So that's what we call a SIP in these cases. And all of this is tracked in GitHub. There's a ton of information. It's in the StacksGov organization if you're interested in looking it up. I can share some links later, or if anybody reaches out to me, happy to share those back. But our group in particular, we just kind of look at the Stacks ecosystem as a whole, and we ask questions like, okay, are all of the stakeholders being represented here? Is this making any changes to the overall voting process? We're very focused on the governance piece of things. And there's other consideration advisory boards that cover areas like technical and ethics, and there was one for tokenomics. So there's been different groups to help address different parts of the SIPs and make sure they're well formed and kind of give our opinion in addition to anything kind of going on.
Right on. And Zero, you are part of that cab as well.
Right on.
And I am newly added to that cab, but we actually haven't had any.
You can't hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you, man. Okay. We haven't had any actual any work since I've joined the cab, so this is the first time that we've actually had any kind of anything to do with it. So I don't have a lot of experience with how that process goes. So this is unique for me. Just
Peace Love. What I was going to say, I want to say that the cabs are really important in the entire ecosystem. I know Hero at the beginning of this year and last year had brought a lot of spotlight back to the cab groups. We have different types of cab groups. So Whoa Buddy, Jason, you, and Hero, we're all part of the governance cab, but there's technical cabs, there was economic cabs, and these advisory groups are meant to get people together who have some expertise and who can be a good sounding board and be able to advise and read through these different SIPs or standards, or even as we look at SIP 31 today, is it a technical review that we would normally do? Not really, because it's so bigger and larger than what we normally do, but this is an important part of the governance and decentralized process. So I would encourage everyone, if you're looking at this, ask Hero, ask Whoa Buddy, or all of us here. You have Jack, Peace Love, GP, Rosar, and Hattie. Ask them how to get involved if you're really ready to take that next step in your journey in Stacks.
All these West Coast guys are tired.
It's early.
I don't know.
It is early.
Once I figured out there was a hack, I woke right back up. My second one kicked in.
So people, so the three people on the cabs today are Zero, Will Buddy, and Peace Love. So everybody else are just community member, and maybe like Alex and Mitchell can do a very quick intro. That'll be great.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm Alex Miller. I'm the most awake person on this phone call because I've been up for 5 hours watching hacky things happen. I am the CEO of Hero. So Hero, for anyone who doesn't know, is the dev tools company in the ecosystem. And in particular, here to chat with you guys today because I've been working a bunch on the SIP over the last couple of weeks. And, you know, as I put, I think in one of the chats that I'm in, I'm kind of in like operations and logistics nerd. And so like how you think about governance structures and incentive schemes and how people work together and collab really well is what I've spent most of the last 20 years of my career doing. And that's why I've been working on this.
After your intros are done, can I ask you a quick question about Hero?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, like Alex, you've become like the mascot for SIP 31. I love it, and I appreciate it. So I'm Mitchell. I'm with the Stacks Foundation. I'm sort of an OG in the project, I guess you could say. I've been here since the Blockstack days, and basically what I do is focus a lot on the developer growth side of things with our foundation team, as well as putting different folks in the ecosystems in positions to succeed. We obviously have like usual things you'd expect from a foundation, like grant programs, critical bounties, and we try to kind of bring every little piece of the ecosystem along, jumping from whatever is the most important need, into that on the day-to-day basis. Obviously last year it's Nakamoto, SBTC, and now it's been the roadmap in the SIP in the big picture. So yeah, and excited. We've done a lot of work on the governance side with Hero Gamer over the years, and the cabs and SIPs and so forth. So yeah, excited to be here, and I have some stuff that I've been working on this week that no one else has seen yet that I'd like to share as well when we get a minute. So yeah, it sounds like Rosa had a question for Alex though. Are there more intros to do first?
Yeah, let me just kind of real quick, just kind of give everybody else an intro. Everybody knows Hero Gamer. He's not technically part of the SIP, the governance cab, but he is a main player in the ecosystem, community governance, and all sorts of things. We also have Hattie, who Hattie and myself have also been working on the SIP calls with Hero, weekly SIP calls, SIP deputy, new kind of function where we're helping guide the SIPs forward and move the SIP forward, and Hattie's been instrumental in that along with Hero. We have community members Jack Binswitch, Rosar, and GPSC, who is also the main co-host for the morning show with us on DeOrganized. I think that covers everybody. We will be joined by Mr. Wagme, who's also another community member who I'll be dropping in once we have. I might have to drop someone out in a little bit to get Wagme on, but I don't want to exclude anybody, so we'll kind of talk around a little bit. And I think that's all. I think that's all the introduction we need. Does anyone actually?
Yeah. Just a real quick question for me, like what's the timeline for how long do we have today? Because just want to make sure we leave time for everything.
So the live stream goes until 11:30, and then we're going to anyone that is available. We lined up a space to host a space to have more community conversation at 11:30, and that's also going to go for about an hour. So we'll have really ample time. However, everybody is available, depending on all of your availability.
I feel like people are going to be talking all day today.
Yeah, and I wanted to, just before we get started, I wanted to introduce myself to you guys. I am the community manager of Zest and Stacking DAO, of course, co-host of DeOrganized. And I love what everybody's doing. I love that you guys are getting on the ground floor and actually talking to the community to get through with this SIP. I am a big fan of what everybody is doing. Yeah, big ups for you guys. I love to see what you guys are doing. So keep going. This is what we need.
And a quick context setting, today we luckily have 3 CAPS member on. So try to drive the topic as much as governance related, so that these CAPS and the author have a mutual understanding of where everybody's at, what answers needs to be, any more answers, any more questions that still needs to be answered by the CAPS, what questions they have. Here is a space to directly communicate with the SIP author and the CAPS. So just wanna put it out there. So maybe Peace, do you wanna take it over?
Yeah, so real briefly, just to kind of go over the general SIP process. SIP gets proposed, which it has been. Then there's a lot of community discussion in the forum and the GitHub, and that's been going on in a huge way, or really a much broader way than most SIPs. We've had tons of activity, and this is how it's supposed to happen. Huge amounts of input by the community. The SIP authors, especially Alex, has been making himself extremely available and engaged in these conversations all over the place, and this has actually had a huge impact on the further engagement by the community in the SIP, because the community really feels heard. So you have the SIP process the SIP gets proposed, there's community discussion, the SIP gets actually adjusted and redrafted, and it might happen a couple of times. Then it goes to the CABs for review and approval. So this is kind of like a step in that process. We don't normally do it in a public setting like this. But so the governance cab here today will be kind of looking at the governance side of the SIP. Now, my general understanding of the SIP here is it's establishing the endowment. There is going to be a 9-member committee, treasury committee, that will be overseeing the funds of the endowment. That committee will also establish a kind of an executive entity that will run the operational side of the endowment. The Treasury Committee is going to be appointed by an appointment committee that is going to be I believe, and there's still some things that aren't clear about that, but that's going to, the appointment committee will be established by the community in some capacity.
Maybe this is a good place for me to jump in and sort of talk through that, because that's what I wanted to share.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So again, I went to post this on the forum yesterday, and I thought, let's go hang out with the governance folks, peeps, and share it there first. So basically, you're very close, right? So the plan is to have the appointments committee made up of like basically a jury of our peers, right? Select the treasury committee that will be responsible for all the like allocation and so forth. So what I've put together is the process by which the community can select that appointments committee, and it's pretty straightforward. And I've done it. I'll explain a little bit why I've put it together in the way that I have in a minute. But first, I'll kind of walk you through the bones of what I want to do. So next week, I want to have 3 sessions. Yeah, like hour-and-a-half long sessions with the community. And what we'll go through is in the first session, I've already outlined a packet and sort of like background information. But what we'll do is we'll come together as a group. We'll take the time to decide what do we want to see in the community, any nominations potentially that would serve in this position, and basically line out all of the potential qualifications, almost like you would a job application, right? Like what is it that we need to see in a nominee to know that they are going to represent us well? So we'll sit down as a group and we'll basically first decide that, like, what are the parameters? What are the qualifications? We will also sit down and discuss in that same session, what do we want to see in like an overall mix of the committee, right? Because it's not just like that we need to go out and find a bunch of great people. It's that the group that we land on also needs to be a diverse mix, right? It needs to be representative of the whole ecosystem. So that's session 1. And with that in hand, what we would then do is go into session 2, talking specific nominations. And in that session, we'll have the opportunity to invite the nominees. Again, I think there's going to be nominees. Many of them will be excited. Some of them will bow out, too busy, whatever it is. So we'll kind of whittle it down to the people that are available and excited to do it. We will also match all of our parameters. And then we'll basically just, through discussion, determine the final list for the appointments committee. And then that's the list that would go into the SIP for everyone to vote on. So there's sort of like 2 vectors where the community gets to decide this, or really it's the whole thing. But the main mechanism is showing up to the sessions, having thoughtful discussions like these. And then the second is everyone gets to vote on the list anyway. So I've also penciled in some follow-up sessions, right? If that doesn't work out, or if we need to take longer, like who knows? We don't want to rush it, right? So that's the basic process. And then I've created a set of calendar invites and Zoom calls. I'm opting for Zoom. I know it's a little old school, but I think better than spaces where people kept getting booted, and we can actually like pull people up. As many people that want to be in the discussion as possible. Like I think my Zoom account allows up to like 500. So so we'll have a nice big long discussion about it. That list will get put into the SIP, and then again, we'll all vote on it. So I'll put this forum post up later today, and you guys can like read the black and the white of it in case I missed anything. And then anyone who registered will also be sent like a starting packet. So different than a lot of discussions we have in the community, what I'm insisting on is that everyone actually come like prepared and having read the material, so that we can save time in the discussion. And before I shut up, one of the things I wrote in this forum post is like, why are you doing it this way, Mitchell? Why can't we just do everything async? And while I love async and I do most of my life and work async, I think for discussions like this that are very nuanced and that require a lot of sort of quick back and forth, in async, we could do it async, but I think it would take weeks and weeks. And I don't think anyone is really wanting that. So the other thing too is I really want to filter for the people who are willing to show up and put the time in and have, I've noticed that in discussions, it's a lot easier to get to a deeper place more quickly and have really intellectually honest conversations that are when they're synchronous. I think it just forces a deeper level of engagement with the content and the preparation and sort of reduces surface level input. So I think it's really important we do this as a discussion. I'll fall back on a couple examples real quick as to why. One is the cabs have worked via this discussion model for years and years, and that has gone very well. Like being able to overcome and like negotiate and compromise. You know, a good example is economics cab at the release of Nakamoto. They were really excited about the SIP overall, but like they negotiated for the addition of the replay feature in the SIP, right? And then so that's just, hey, we agree with this, but we want this added. And so that's the type of thing that can come from these discussions, and it's also how we ran the roadmap process. So I'll stop there. I have a bunch, you know, like I'll share this all in the forum post. So in case you missed anything, you can go back through it. But pretty excited. We'll get those sessions kicked off next week. And like I said, I have two scheduled, but like three, 4 more if we need them. And I invite everyone here to join those and have conversations with us and sort of see what people are saying about the nominees. We'll invite any nominees, of course. But before we get into like selecting individuals, let's do that first session and come up with, hey, what do we actually want to see in this group and what makes a good nominee? So hope that makes some sense, and excited to share that with you guys.
That makes a ton of sense, and I'm really glad that you had all that for us, because that was one thing that was unclear, like that process and how that's supposed to go was something that people have had questions about. So totally. I think it does make a lot of sense to do it that way. And I get it kind of leads me into there was a post, Lior made a post yesterday that he thought the vote for SIP 31 might happen next week. It seems like that might be
next
overly
week.
optimistic.
No. I would doubt it. I mean, next week is the week of June 9th. I think we have a lot to figure out next week, and I could see a vote the week after, but I doubt that would be next week.
So more likely like last week of June is probably a reasonable time frame for when the vote might go live.
Yeah, I think depending on how fast the nominee thing goes next week, like we could arrive on like Friday next week and feel like, okay, we're ready for a vote next week. We might also not, right? And we might take another week, the week of the 16th. I do think there's like some danger in like if 90% of people are on the same page and we have a process for the key things, you also don't want to let it drag, right? Like
right. We don't need to avoid a vote for it just to meet a timeline.
Sure. Yeah, and I think the sooner we can get these resources in, obviously, the better. So, like from my perspective, as soon as like community discourse feels like, hey, everyone is comfortable, like we should move forward with a vote. I track the Korean community pretty closely, and work fairly closely with the Stacks Asia community. And initially, in that community, I'd say that the knee-jerk initial reaction was the most negative, and I think as they started to understand it better, now they're more excited, and they're already in a place where like win vote. so there's sort of like all perspectives on the timeline, but I think like if we next week, like we'll be on a great trajectory if we feel like we nail down the list for the appointments committee. And then going into that third week in June, I think we'll have some optionality on when we want to open it up. And either way, I think, and also we have the July 4th holiday in there. And so I'd love to get the vote, done not too far beyond that holiday, because then we can start to make these grants and disperse funds to people and really start to get to work, open, lots of hiring and open positions that need to get done. So, yeah.
And is the voting time frame, is it 2 weeks, one cycle, or is it 3 weeks?
So it's up to us as a community. It has depended in the past on like how much time we think we have. We've done it as short as 2 weeks. We've done it as long as a month. And some like little historical note here too is it used to be bound by stacking cycles, where we weren't able to vote unless it was during a stacking cycle, because I was the only way to track like stacked funds and things. Since the last couple SIPs, like we did some technical work to eliminate that dependency, so we can pick any dates arbitrarily now, and so that's kind of convenient. So I think for me, I was feeling like 3 weeks was a sufficient amount of time. But if the community says, hey, we've discussed it so much for the last, call it a month or whatever, that we feel like we only need 2 weeks to vote and nobody's going to feel rushed or bullied, we can do 2 weeks. If we feel like people are saying, hey, I want longer to think about it, we can do 3, 4. Again, I think I think as much as like as robust as the SIP is, and then as much discussion as we've had, by the time we open the vote, like we're probably not going to need that long for the vote. Even 2 weeks felt like a long time last time, I think, for a lot of folks. So.
Right. There's a lot of, we don't need a long awareness campaign to get people involved in the vote. There's already a lot of awareness about this.
Yeah, usually like these SIPs are so deeply technical, and they're like sitting in the, we talk about them a lot, but people don't jump to engage with those topics as readily as this kind of a topic. And so, yeah, you're right. Usually we would run like a 2-3 week awareness and educational campaign on these upgrades or whatever the SIP is. With this, like we've effectively done that just by sharing it because people are so engaged. So I'm with you.
Yeah, I think just from my experience, you if you do a really good job upfront in getting the consensus, whether it's technical or social consensus, then you shouldn't have to have a super long voting period. Like 4 weeks seems generally a little bit too long, I would say. 2 weeks kind of, probably just about okay. If you have a really good consensus ahead of time, like you all agreed already up front before the vote is up, been tabled. But you also don't want to be too short, like 1 week, where like maybe some people are off that week. Maybe, people come dip in and out of stacks sometimes. Those
I got
people.
a question about voting.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can finish though.
I'm finished.
Okay. How does voting technically work again? It's like you send one microstack to one of 2 addresses. Is that how it works?
Yeah, you can either do it through a microstack, sending a few microstacks to an address, or if you were a solo stacker, you can do it with a Bitcoin Dust transaction out of your reward wallet.
Like delegate voting for it.
Sorry, say that again?
So I wanted to use I wanted to figure out if it was easy to set up a system so you could like delegate your vote to effectively a party, and the party would then take all the votes and vote them to one or the other. So I was just trying to think of.
I mean, the lot easier way to do that is to just have people say, "Here's how I'm voting on it," and then people follow through on the vote. To my knowledge, there's no system to do that. Not that someone couldn't build it in the future. We're obviously not going to try and. I think trying to build something like that before a vote like this would be bad. You want to test it. But
well, I mean, you could do it with Blaze. That's the short version. But I think it's useful to have delegate voting for exactly this reason. It's like some people sign off for like a week at a time, they don't come back, and like over the course of like a month, when people are like signing in and out, if you get like people, if you can get like your following to be like, okay, like there's a vote coming up, like, do I represent you, like that sort of thing. You can like collect.
I mean, so I'm throwing this purely as a devil's advocate question out there. If someone can't log into their wallet and send a basically free transaction at any point in a 3-week period, are they really involved and educated enough on the chain that we care about their vote in it?
Well, I care about putting more votes to the thing I want to pass, so it's my incentive.
I don't think there's a danger of this vote not passing. I think if we actually started the voting today, it would still pass.
No, I'm just strictly speaking. I don't think full like pure democracy is the best voting mechanism. I think like republic models are a little better because most people are uninformed.
That's well, I guess so to that one too. And by the way, I totally agree with you. And honestly, that goes to we talked about this a lot last night on the space I was doing. Right, like it's not just that people are uninformed. It's that if your vote is only going to count for a very small fraction, it is not rational for you to spend a huge amount of time every week always educating yourself, right? Exactly. That is why we have delegation mechanisms.
Being informed,
I think for the biggest votes, I think for the biggest votes like this, though, I don't think that's quite as good. And I think the other thing is the value of the governance process and things like this is not actually just in the vote itself. It is very much in the conversations around it. Right. Yeah. And so one thing that I'd be worried about with like a formal delegation mechanism, as opposed to a like people say what their views are and you live there, my concern would be, is that going to reduce the amount of like thoughtful engagement from people in the community around the proposals? Because yeah, and like as was said, like if we started the voting today, would it pass? Probably. I think one thing you can already see, there's like a lot of very OG folks. There's like pretty good broad support for it, but it's that conversation and the amount of people who get behind it, and people like it just having the conversation around that I think indicate the ultimate level of community support that's really important for people, not just knowing that it passed, but being excited about the fact that it passed.
Right. That's exactly the line in the sand, is making sure that that people feel good about it passing, not just or that there's not a contingent of people that feel bad about it passing, which I don't think. I think we're well on the way to that already. But having more of these conversations and identifying the process, getting more involved in having input on the appointment committee and that kind of thing, I think will all.
I'm coming from the perspective of, if there's no threat of it not passing, then one group of people is going to be able to put in stuff that's, take advantage of the situation. Like there should be a real threat of it not passing.
There's not no threat of it not passing, but I can't see that there's that much opposition to what's being proposed. So why would
and to back up there, even that is just an opinion from both sides. And this is probably a good segue to talk a little bit about what the governance cab does. So we've set up a charter where that we are responsible for reviewing SIPs that concern governance on stacks. It's like, what does that mean? That means if we're changing the SIP process, or if we're changing how stakeholders are represented, or if we're changing the voting and decision-making process, which, we've seen some experiments, but we have a pretty well-established process with stacks.eco, having the votes from both L1 and L2 and everything else. Changes that impact community members and changes that impact like stacks holders and investors. So we're kind of looking at it from all those different angles and everything else. So the question coming up of like, is there a chance of this passing or not? Well, the code, the way the votes work, it literally could go either way, right? And then looking at the voting history and everything else, I think Alex has made some excellent points on his past spaces to where if the concern is going to be that like a whale vote is going to push a direction, if a whale vote pushes us in a direction that the community doesn't want, then that's going to result in fracturing the community. That's going to actually end up hurting us just as much. So I think we're trying to find ways that everybody's in agreement. Part of this, I am kind of speaking personally though, so I just want to draw that line real quick. From the perspective of the governance cab, we want to see the SIP follow the process, and we would like to see voting begin once the SIP has entered a somewhat finalized state. I know there were some recent revisions that we could talk about, but overall, we're in the information gathering phase at this point. And then once we move on to that next SIP status is when the cabs will like really dig in and review, and we'll start having our meetings and we post our minutes. So that's what happens on the official side. And then for me personally, I am just thoroughly impressed at the amount of discussion and the fact that everybody is engaging and trying to learn more and be a part of this process. As it's been said before, when SIPs are technical, not everybody really wants to have eyes on them. This has sparked some really good conversations that I think will just help the process in general. So there's kind of those two elements to it, and happy to answer any questions from the like governance cab perspective too.
Do you actually, Jason, do you see any issues from a governance standpoint that need to be ironed out?
Well, I think right now it's it's about representation. So it's kind of gathering whose opinions are on what sides and what kind of effects would this have on those different elements. So like as I'm putting together some of the information that I'll bring back to the cab, we're looking at things like who are the impacted stakeholders, are there any changes being made to the process? What's different from this to another SIP? And a lot of it will be handled separately, right? Like we have what Mitchell announced and what sounds like a really good process for going through community appointments. We have what I've seen personally is just some backlash around the possibility of a centralized entity making decisions that the community doesn't want. If you've been here since the Blockstack days, you may have been through some experiences that felt like that. But I think what's important to realize is that everybody here wants to advance this ecosystem. So let's find a way to agree and like make everybody stronger as a result.
Right on. Yeah, that
Does,
I mean,
does voting deal with Sybil resistance? Like, how do you validate users from wallets?
You don't.
All right. Okay.
Well, you're voting your stacks though, not your
Exactly.
wallet.
Yeah, you're voting the stacks, not in unit.
Oh, so the amount of stacks you're spending is
correct.
Right.
And it used
Like, so you can vote as many times as you want.
Yeah.
And stacked stacks actually have more weight, don't they?
No.
Oh, that's not true.
No, I don't think there was any additional weight if it was stacked or not. I think maybe what you're getting at was the question of what happens with pooled stacks. And with the vote being in stacks, if I'm holding something like LI stacks or one of these other derivatives like ST stacks, what does that mean for voting? And I think where we landed in the last two SIPs on the technical end of that is that the stacks are used for the vote, and that the platform is responsible for either voting on behalf of its users or aggregating some sort of decentralized vote within it. But it's all possible through contracts. I'm hoping to kind of see that improve and change, but the voting method itself has been around for. This is what, SIP 31. We're not that far yet. I think we're still finding that nice balance.
Yeah, just to be super clear, so STX, you're holding a derivative of the stacks. So the real stacks is in the hands of, let's say, Stacking DAO, and they have your official voting power per se. But they used to there was one time where they held the voting for their holders, almost like to voice their representation for their side, how they should vote with your.
Yeah, that was for Nakamoto, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay,
so,
I'm remembering how it works now. It's like,
so it depends on the protocol whether they want to do that. Maybe Alex want to do that. Maybe Stacking DAO. Maybe an exchange. We can't really control that, but yeah.
Okay, so it's a little different than I was thinking.
One thing I want to interject as well. So I had talked to Philip, for you guys that know, at Arcadico and Stacking DAO. So Stacking DAO will do a vote, and it's just going to be off chain, yes, no. And so I know that they are proposing that vote happen on the platform. Over time, I would love to see this where we have one contract. I know at Zero Authority we'd like to do this as well, where there's one main contract for a SIP proposal, and we can all connect to that smart contract and allow voting on the platform. So then we have a wide range of coverage. The whole Sybil resistance to voting and is a person voting versus one token, one vote, that is a conversation for another day, because there's so many twists and turns. I know early in the governance cab and the proposal, we had debated greatly about all of these topics, and it is just too hard to even
we'll revisit this one. We can move on. I can just check it out.
Let's move on to the actual heart of the conversations and the topics, because there's and again, Alex and Mitchell, thanks for jumping on this. Alex, you have quickly become someone who has stepped up in this ecosystem. Obviously, Mitchell, we invite you all the time, and you always come to everything. So we could actually move on just to like the governance perspective and like just surrounding some of the topics. And so, Mitchell, with that post, and I know, Alex, you had taken time to do the updates on the proposal. Can we move on and start talking about those updates, and where do you see the changes being reflected?
Yeah, I'll give I love this conversation though, by the way. I know we need to move on to other things, but I will say, like, one of the things I'm most excited about with the SIP is that, like, one of the things that happens is the Stacks Foundation mandate gets a lot narrower, a lot more appropriate to the size of resources that I have, and being able to like deeply focus on governance. I think there's a lot of like fertile soil there where we can do some more nuanced mechanisms where not everything is a SIP, right? Because it's a big, long process. And there are like decisions all the time, right, that are sort of like sub-SIP level that people want to weigh in on, but there's not like a very straightforward way to do it yet. And that, so being able to work on some of the things like that in the future would be a good time with folks like Jason on the governance, CAB and whatnot. So anyway, Yeah. Jason, did you have something?
Oh, I just said love it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always one of those things that we, get excited about, and like every time a SIP comes around, we think a lot about it. But then it's like by the time the SIP passes, it's balls to the walls with Nakamoto or SBTC or whatever it is, and you don't end up going back to, all right, well, how can we make the SIP process more fun and smooth? But yeah.
Yep. Well, and I think we've also done well to really, really follow it. It's just, sometimes it feels like such a rigid structure to go through, but just by going through it, we've learned the same. We kind of make improvements on the fly as we do it. But I think there's definitely room to continue that improvement and to learn from what we've done. Now we have a good history to kind of look back on.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely with you on that.
Absolutely. So in terms of the governance stuff in the SIP, I have like one overarching thought that I wanted to share in addition to sort of what I previewed that I'll put on the forum later on the actual process for nominees. And my overarching thought, I'd be curious to see what Alex thinks about this as well, but I think an under sort of realized reality of the sort of new order that this SIP would introduce is actually that the community will have effectively a lot more power. And so why do I say that? One is obviously the treasury that it wields, like, via a SIP is much bigger than it has been in the past. And two, it has the property of not being like subdivided into a bunch of different, like, let's call them like private companies, right? So when the original token sale happened, we had to do this for the SEC, right? And then we said, okay, well, we don't have any one company that's too big. Nobody has decision-making power on their own. And so you ended up with these like 7 or 8 different treasuries that were all intended to be like this, have a specific purpose, right? There was, Freehold for community marketing, and there was the Foundation for like developer growth, and there was Hero for developer tools, and sort of Daemon for the mining software, and on and on. And in theory, it's a great idea. In practice, I think we found it makes life a little difficult. And so from a governance perspective for the community, one thing I think is really attractive about this is if someone's not performing, there aren't like 7 or 8 treasuries that we would have to go track down to start recouping and like changing. There is one clear place with one clear group that we can go to and say, hey, this isn't functioning. Like, let's redirect the funds or stop the funds temporarily or whatever until we're happy with how you adjust. If you try to do that right now, I think you could. It would just be pretty tough, right? And so some of the laws and bylaws and the way those companies were created, they're sort of private in a way, right? And so it'd be harder for the community to be able to sort of wield those treasuries. Whereas if it's in one place, it gets a lot easier. And then the second part of all that is not only is it all together in one place, you get, because of that, the treasury can get economies of scale. That's one of the big things that like we didn't benefit from. You see like a project like Stellar, they've done a stellar job, if you will, on managing their treasury. And to get to a certain sort of size and break away where we want this to be an endowment, right, that fuels us forever, you have to be working with a certain level of cash in the beginning. And none of the entities with all the little individual separate treasuries really ever could get close to that kind of a scale. And so those are the two things I think maybe aren't as obvious when you read the SIP the first time, that just as a person who's been operating in this for a long time, that I get excited about. And just the simplicity for accountability for the community and the economies of scale for the treasury, so that this can be something that just fuels us forever and we never have to do this again.
Yeah, it's 100%. That's exactly right. That's one of the things that's most exciting about it. The community has so much more say now, post SIP, if, assuming it passes, that's massive. I mean, yeah. And true, like being able to intelligently and adequately grow the treasury to face tomorrow's challenges is massively important.
Well, and specifically to SIP 31, that's part of the most recent draft was acknowledging some new areas for community input. Is that correct?
Who are you asking? Sorry, Jason. Me?
Oh, sorry. I just in general on the latest update, like I was trying to look at the revised draft against the original draft. So maybe Alex, if that question is okay for you.
Yeah, sorry, apologies. Say that again real quick.
No problem. So looking at the updated draft, it looks like there's some areas for like a community grants program or some places where the community can really signal influence as part of SIP 31. Curious if we want to highlight just some of the changes maybe there that are helpful.
So big changes, like I said. So number one big changes throughout the piece, change just a bunch of the wording to make very clear on the inclusivity of this approach. And like I said, I absolutely understand why some people felt it was too DeFi heavy. I think especially when you look at some of the past experiences. And as I tried to make very clear in there, as we talked about a lot last night on the space, nobody wants a DeFi only chain. It's boring. It's going to have a DeFi only chain would have low enough transaction volume too that to make it harder for miners. Like everybody wants the vibrant, shared, diverse town. There's no question about that. That's number one. But DeFi is the way that we get there, right? It's not the vision, it's the strategy. It's that DeFi brings in a lot of money, a lot of users. And most importantly, it's an area where we as a community can differentiate from the hundreds of other chains out there. And so DeFi brings that stuff in, and then they see this vibrant other ecosystem, more money is flowing to all the apps, all the things. And so that's why you're seeing at least some references to DeFi in those things. But it was, like I said, a very good point that, hey, it shouldn't feel like that's the only thing in there. And so that was never the intent of it. We went through, updated a ton of the language to make that clear. So that's number one. Number two, added a risk section. Again, this was something that I think actually may have been in one of the original drafts. I know that Mitchell had thought and written some on this already. All the risks, I think, are things that everyone already knows. It's not like there's a ton of new information there, but I do think that it is very, I do think that it's important to still put that in there and to be intellectually honest with ourselves, right? Like, yeah, okay, we know what these are. They're in there. That was another. The community grants program that you referenced, right, was a big one. And again, never was it the case that huge amounts of these resources weren't going to go to everyone in the community. But one of the things I think we recognized is that having a specific pathway where things that may not be feel like they're in the most focused center lane right now, but are still, like open source projects to benefit the community that need like some grant and support, they should have a very clear way to get it. And that's what the community grants program is.
Yeah, to interject too, Alex, this is one that was, I'm glad we added it because I think it's easy to take it for granted. Like we've in the last year to like ship Nakamoto and SBTC, we scoped our grants program down to critical bounties simply because we didn't have the resources to do wide open grants to anything that comes along with like the security requirements for Nakamoto and SBTC, and that's just like a resource constraint thing. And so what I think one part of SIP that SIP 31 will allow for is to do more things in parallel. And I think I've said this on a Spaces before, where like it's not that during the last year, the Stacks Foundation or whoever didn't care about NFTs or meme coins or whatever it was. It's that literally like all of our eggs were in the basket of shipping Nakamoto, which was the thing the community said they needed before, right? And so it was like heads down, get that shipped. I think with the new operational entity and for the resources, having that sectioned off means that even in periods of extremely high priority on like a core thing, there's still an open pathway for these other projects. Like that's the wrinkle here that I think is important, because during the last year, like I totally understand people might have felt left out. Wasn't because we didn't care about those areas, was just simply because, hey, we had to like literally ship, Nakamoto and SBTC. So I think that's another one of those, like I mentioned, like under realized things about this SIP that I think will move us in a positive direction is you don't have to do such stark resource trade-offs. You can do more things in parallel.
Amazing.
Sorry, Jason. Last thing I'll say is like when we did have the grants program, which we still have critical bounties, but the grants program was fully transparent on GitHub. We had tons of community engagement. We had a community grant community. I think Jason, you were even on that committee at one point that reviewed all the grants. And so I'd see, you know, I'd love to see that basically reopen, but with a lot more money at the endowment. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, and I mean, if I had to categorize like what I've seen so far, is I think a lot of the questions that come up are just being answered now with these kind of things. Like what's going to happen? You know, what's it going to be like for running small grants, and for the guys on the bottom, what's it going to be like for larger integrations and bigger goals that a decentralized group would have a hard time achieving? Like, you know, if you were to liken it just to a simple project, it's like funny when you start looking at exchange listings or other things, and you're like, wait, those cost money. And you get a little surprised at what happens on the backside too. So I think there's some good overall goals listed. You know, as far as SIP 31 is concerned, I think there's some good ways to address how people can look at it all the way from individual up to entities in the ecosystem. I think from my perspective, I'm just excited to see it advance through that SIP process, so it gets a little bit closer to the CAB review. I know, you know, on one side, there's the fact that the stacks are being minted, and, you know, that part will likely be, I'm guessing it'll be reviewed by economic CAB, and then, you know, our side of it, just making sure that everyone's represented and happy with the outcomes. I've seen a lot of work to get the community involved, seen a lot of questions getting answered. I'd say the last thing that I'm looking at is like, where is still the best place to go for resources on all this? Like the latest version of the SIP, I know I'm going to find that in the forums. There was a Notion doc put together with an FAQ and some other information. Are there some other resources that people should be aware about in general, or that I could bring back to the governance CAB?
I don't think so. I think we're intentionally trying to keep, you know, the surface area of things people have to keep track of pretty small. You know,
Love that.
Yeah. So the latest version is Alex's post, right? And he's interlinked the post. So when you go to the original forum post, you get to the bottom of the comments, he's pointed you toward the new one. I think we might even lock comments on that one just to make sure people are commenting on the latest version, which is he's pointed to in a Google Doc. What you saw in Notion, that was a preview that was just for CAB members, right? Like typically in this process, we try to give like the people who have served on CABs like yourself for, you know, in some cases many years, like a heads up and a draft before we do anything public, like when we shared it on Spaces a couple weeks ago. So that's the Notion. You can safely disregard that was really like just the initial draft, and like, you know, stick to the Google Doc that Alex has put forward. The FAQs and stuff, generally those are like aimed at the community or folks who can't or don't want to read the whole SIP. But for you as a CAB member, I would defer to your fearless leader here in Hero Gamer. I thought those sessions were already happening, so I'd love to see those get on the calendar, and I'm happy to join those as well. I think that the SIP is definitely far enough along where it's ready for CAB review, and we should be moving through that process and incorporating your comments as well. So like we talked about with the voting timeline, we don't drag too long. I'm hoping, because a lot of the CAB folks have seen the SIP super early on, and we've had like a lot of the CAB folks on these sessions already, that by the time you guys meet as a CAB, hopefully there's not still a ton left, or the incorporation of the feedback will be pretty quick. So yeah, get those on the calendar, invite me. I'd love to join. I actually, I typically stay away from those, but I'm happy to show up, be a fly on the wall, and potentially answer questions as they come up, since I happen to be an author on this one, and I'm usually not. So let me know.
Amazing. Love that. And yep, I'm definitely going to continue passing the information along, and we'll keep that process moving. Love it.
So I just want to point out, like, Alex's revisions don't actually constitute a new draft for the SIP, right? It's just proposed revisions right now. Is there actually an updated draft?
I mean, I'd say that so again, I think as Mitchell said, right, part of like in what determines the voting timeline things is that there's, it's a little bit of a vibes thing, right? Like what's the thing that people like? So I'd say what I'd say is those are proposed revisions to it. If everyone likes them, we'll incorporate them, and that's the new draft. But also, like, if you've got comments, if there's other changes we need in that, get them in there, and that will also become part of the new draft. So I think you could take it as a new draft at this point, or
yeah, I would. I would say like
I think everyone is behind it, is what and certainly I think all of the initial authors do too. So,
but it doesn't have all the details of the original draft. It's just proposed changes.
No, It's
Yeah,
the
it's the entire draft just with changes on it.
Can I ask some
Oh, is it?
questions
I'm
about it?
sorry. I might have I misunderstood that.
No, it's a Google Doc. So we wanted to make it, now that we're getting to this level of like more, more smaller nitpicks and typos and nuances into the process, everyone can sort of comment in line on the Google Doc. So Alex's post links to that. So I'd consider that the canonical version.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah,
okay,
I
sorry,
think
yes.
maybe because people just like scroll through and didn't see, hey, this is a Google Doc. So maybe it
Gotcha.
will help. Maybe it will help like if you mark like a sign or somewhere.
Yeah, no, I scrolled right past that link.
Yeah, I did
we can
bold.
fix
I did end up going back in and bolding and making the link a little more prominent, but maybe we need an even more prominent link.
You need to bring back the blinking text.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my gosh, that's old school, dude. I found an old project of mine, and I went home to visit after Vegas. I visited my parents who live nearby there, and my mom had been going through my old stuff from school, and I found this like poster board thing that I did as a kid, and I was like really cutting edge because I had word art, and I did like a rainbow print. It looked so tacky, but it made me laugh. Like, I remember that being like really cool that we could pull that off.
Oh yeah, if that was on your cover page, you knew it was going to be a good report. You had to use the word art.
Automatic 1 grade level boost.
So while everybody's here,
I have
is there any
questions.
more questions from the governance cab to
I
the
have many
authors
questions.
or outside the governance cab?
Yeah, I've got a few questions. So, Alex, I wanted to thank you very much for your input and your quick turnarounds. It's been amazing to have such quick turnarounds and to capture everyone's feedback. Mitchell, thank you for joining the call today, and everyone else. I had one question which was related to the roadmap. So you mentioned the roadmap in the call earlier today for me, but obviously late for you. Is the roadmap considered consensus for the community?
I would say so in general. Yeah, I mean, we took 3-4 months doing various workshops and public, private, one-on-ones, talking to various builders and so forth. And then, when I published it as well, there's if you look on the page, there's a suggested area where it's like, if we missed anything that you want to talk about or add, there's a process for doing that. It just basically guides you on how to create a forum post. And, the reception's been really good. So I wouldn't say it's like consensus in the same sense that we will have consensus on like the SIP because we haven't voted on it. But in terms of like how the reaction has been and the process that went into it, yeah, I'd consider it pretty locked down.
Okay, so there is a process for people to revisit the roadmap, because obviously the roadmap now becomes slightly more important because it moves into the SIP. So people may not have known it up front from a community standpoint.
For sure. The roadmap is never a final thing, by the way. Like, the roadmap is just an ongoing discussion that kind of, it gets updated all the time, right? As developers learn more about the designs, as timelines come into the picture, as needs arise, as like the landscape changes. So I would never consider a roadmap like final, and like, even I think I just used the word lockdown. Not a great word choice there. It's never a lockdown. And if anyone wants to add something to the roadmap, the easiest way is to just start a forum post and describe the problem, describe the need. And it's pretty easy to quickly see, like, if there's a bunch of support for an issue that needs to be added, we take it to the core devs and sort of assess what a possible solution is. And it's a pretty organic process. So yeah, if there's anything there that you'd love to see added, and I can help you articulate that somehow, like, I'm happy to help. The roadmap somehow kind of became my baby, so I'm happy to like.
I would definitely love to get one agenda like just highlighted, quantum resistance, but
quantum. Okay, you're done, Hero Gamer. Done. We'll pull it.
I don't know when it's gonna happen, but if it happens,
Yeah, no, I mean, I follow Cloudflare as a company pretty closely, and they do some pretty cool stuff on that front. But yeah, no, I consider the roadmap an always ongoing conversation. And similarly, like, if there's something on there that doesn't make sense anymore in 6 months that we should change out for something else, like that should be a discussion too. Because that happens plenty of times where we think, we're going this way and we need this feature, and it gets solved in some different path. So yeah. it's hard. It's really hard to do a consensus roadmap more than like 3 to 6 months out, but we tried. So I'm sure it'll evolve.
It was fun. It was just thanks so much on. That's great. If get the link for that, that'll obviously be amazing.
Yeah, stacksroadmap.com or stacks.co/roadmap. Tried to make it easy to remember. And the guidance there for like what this roadmap is and isn't, which is kind of what I just described, as well as like the recommendation if people want to add to it, is all there at the top.
Perfect. I think the other thing was just that it came up that the roadmap fed heavily into it. So the next question I've got is the standards by which things are what standards are used. So there seems to be an issue related to a double standard in what's happening with the DeFi side, where we don't actually see what's happening, but that the community aspect has way more scrutiny.
Wait, could you say more?
Will everyone have the same standards by which they're assessed, and the criteria is very clear for everyone?
Yeah. Do you mean like in terms of who receives like grant money in the future? Maybe I don't totally follow the question with relation to the roadmap.
So following on from Alex's call today, I was listening to it, and it seems like a process by which a proposal will go directly to the committee and nobody will see it. So will there be public, number one? And B, when community wants something and the proposal goes in, it's completely open, completely public, and there seems to be far more scrutiny on it. So I was just asking from our side, is there a complete standard? Will it be mapped out?
That would be my expectation. Yeah.
I'll jump in there.
Go ahead,
First off, I want to say I think all the grants in the ecosystem already are public, like today.
They are.
The on the community grant side, when I proposed it there, the reason I wrote it there was that that's not about scrutiny it's not about trying to create a heightened level of scrutiny for the community-based projects. It's about creating a heightened level of transparency for the decision-making process by the Treasury Committee in doing that. Because what I was looking to avoid there is I didn't want anyone to try and say like, oh, they're just, like you're going to send in this application and it's going to go into a black hole and nobody's ever going to know what happened to it. If all the applications are public and all the community commentary on the applications are public, you can very easily see what has done, what has not been done. All the other types of grants, like what I'd say is there's no other types of grants that are hard coded into the SIP, right, or into the endowment. And again, this goes back to what I was talking about last night. Like we have to have the flexibility to adapt based on what the situation is. And so the same way that it happens today, that like if you're talking about grants, and grants are going to be relatively small, like those will all be publicly announced programs with set criteria, with public disclosures around like where that money is going, who got it, all of those things as part of the grant program. And then on top of that, you have the annual reporting that happens, both actually the annual and quarterly reporting, again, as I updated the reporting standards in the SIP, that happen from the endowment itself. So yeah, there's definitely not like some higher standard that's getting applied to the community grants program. Anything in there that I put in there is much more about like making sure there is very clear transparency and accountability on the issuers, not on the requesters.
Okay, so everything is public.
Yeah.
As far as the endowment's concerned. So anybody asking or any money inside of that, as far as proposals, will be public.
There's certain limitations. So I will qualify. So again, there will be very clear annual reporting and quarterly updates as to what's being spent, what it's being spent on, what the impact of those programs are. And again, this is very similar to what like any nonprofit in the US would have to do with the Form 990. It's very similar to, I plugged this many times over the last week. I'm going to plug it again. If you go to the Stacks Foundation website, every single month and quarter for the last 5 years, Mitchell and his team have put out a KPI report, an OKR report, lists of everything they've done. Like you can go see everything they've done and the impact that it's had on it. And so like that kind of thing is all going to continue. It'll move over to the endowment. The only thing, as I said, as much of the transactions as possible will all be happening on chain, and very specifically any tokens that go through the endowment have to hit. It's required that they flow through a publicly listed mint address. There could be multiple addresses, but publicly disclosed addresses, so that anyone can go and trace those funds at any time and see it. The one limitation is, because you said, is everything going to be? Things like actual individual contracts, especially for things like bridges, exchanges, things like that, those, the vast majority of the time, cannot be publicly disclosed. And this is not something that's unique to us. It's not something, it's that anyone who's ever worked in business, who's ever done like major deals with things, knows that there is pretty much no partner in the world who will sign agreements like that without non-disclosure provisions in it. It is simply the way of the world. There's nothing we can do about that. So that's the only thing, I don't want to say absolutely everything will be disclosed. That's like the one limitation, is that actual agreements may not be disclosed, but you will still see the overall like spend and the allocations and where it breaks down in the budget and all of that.
Okay, so there will be exclusivity given to certain things that are under NDA, for example, where you can't release that information up front. And the committee ultimately...
That's really just the details of the contract. You're still going to see where all the money goes and what the impact of it is.
Okay, and the committee decides on those deals as such. They decide what happens and what doesn't happen. Is that correct?
More frequently, it'll be that the operational entity decides on a lot of the... I mean, there's a hybrid work there, but yes, like the committee has ultimate sign-off and authority on whether like a specific deal or something gets funded.
Okay, so I'm a bit confused now. The operational entity decides on it, but the committee signs off on it.
Yeah, like the operational entity will like request a budget for the year to be able to do things like, again, say bridge integrations or exchange listings or marketing activities or grant programs, all of those things. That's why it's called the executional entity, right? They do all the work. But their allocation, and this is kind of what the check on them is that it's the job of like the endowment and especially the treasury committee at the endowment to say, yes, this is achieving the end. This should achieve the ends, and you've historically been achieving the ends or not. We think that this will go good to what the community has said they want.
Incredible. Okay, thank you very much. I understand. I have some other questions, but I can drop this somewhere else.
Yeah,
I think Mr. Wagney's here. Mr. Wagney.
Well, I think Rosar has his hand up too.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Rosar, ask your question.
I have some burning questions that I think are very important that I have
Blazing
not addressed yet at all. Okay, so reading pro solution, there's 4 main parts here. Create a stacks endowment, consolidate certain organizational areas into a new operational entity, greater capital efficiency at scale, and commitment to a transparent governance. So number 2 has me is the most question marks in my mind and concerns me a bit. And here's why. Consolidate certain operational areas under a new operational model. So the way we've been working the last few years in Stacks is sort of like a federation of states where there's like multiple entities that sort of are doing all the governance for the whole ecosystem. And we're kind of moving to what's more normal structure where there's like a federal government effectively, like all these projects are getting consolidated into one thing. And then we have like grants too, which is sort of like government contracts. That's like, this is my mental model for it.
I think it's more of a consolidation of functions than entities.
Yes.
And it's not a consolidation of governance. It's a consolidation of like...
Hear me out.
Yeah.
It's not government. But the thing is, I think realistically, what's going to happen is this endowment, there's going to be a certain amount of it allocated to this new operational entity as salaries. And then there's going to be a certain amount allocated to projects in more of like a gig grant format. And I'm very concerned that this on what actually goes into this operational entity, because I don't think I think only the most essential stuff should go in there. And I know this is a spicy take and not everyone's going to like to hear it, but I'm really concerned with paying people that don't do their jobs or don't do them well. And I'd much rather source that out to grants where there's an open marketplace of people competing to do a better job.
I, by the way, violently agree with that. I think the reason that we're proposing this structure is to eliminate the opportunities for people to not do their job. So we've essentially tried, like, I think I've seen this other suggestion that sounds a little maybe similar to what you're saying, where like we maintain like all these like separate, treasuries for different like key purposes. And like that has actually been the thing that's created the most opportunity for, you know, for whatever reason, like that capital not to be applied in the most effective, efficient, consistent way. And so I'm agreeing with you, but from my take, from having like operated this way and like trying to work with all these different entities, that is precisely why the SIP calls for that consolidation.
Yeah, because like I'm concerned about scenarios where it's like, why isn't, you know, I'm not even technically in DeOrganized. Like, I mean, I'm here a lot and I consider myself part of this crew, but like I feel like No, I'm making this is one point. There's many other ways to make this point, but like DeOrganized does promotion and media for Stacks. Why? Like, I just feel like teams like this should have the same opportunity to do media and marketing as people who are like sitting behind, you know, like going to conferences for Stacks officially, or doing like media for them officially.
Well, there's no one doing it officially, just to be clear. All of our
companies someone
really pay for that, right? And like we decide to go and like BitFlow shows up. It's not like me paying for BitFlow to be there or anything like that. So it is like it's like an, you know, individual.
Yeah, but I mean, people go to the conferences. Like,
what's that?
There's like Hong Kong conferences people are flying out to. Like, I'm not there.
Totally. I mean, you could be. We fly people out we fly people out from the community to conferences all the time. No, but to your point, I think what you're getting at is like, why is there some difference between DeOrganized media and like say that there's a marketing team at the operational entity?
Yeah, it just feels like there's people that are inside this sort of federal system of operation, and then there's like the free agents kind of like working for gigs.
Yeah, okay, I can see that take. I would say like probably the biggest driver for not having more people, I'll hesitate to use the language like inside versus not, is resources, right? The Stacks Foundation, I think we quickly forget because of the like last year focusing on Nakamoto and stuff. And I don't want to sound defensive here, but like most of the projects in the ecosystem and like even a lot of the community members, they do have a tie back to either a program or a grant or a thing that the Stacks Foundation did that like brought them in. And I think that, you know, eventually those things, like our job is to start things and then the ecosystem and the market like needs to take over.
Yeah, I mean,
with the operational entity, I think we have a lot more opportunities to like get people started and then they waltz in the door, right? And that's the part where I think the last year has seen fewer sort of like feeder opportunities because of the extreme focus on like the tech and stuff. And that's exactly why Alex changed this in the SIP to sort of reopen that, hey, even in times of extreme prioritization, there still needs to be like an open path for, say, like a DeOrganized media to come get a grant. Honestly, guys, that's just something we literally, like, we're all, you know, I'm not going to say, oh, woe is me, but like we were burning the midnight oil for a year trying to get Nakamoto and SBTC done. There was just literally no time and money to like look around at all the different things that we could fund. And my org can't touch marketing anyway. And so like, that's another reason that we need this operational entity that isn't tied to the US, that has the resources to do it. I would imagine that in like the way that this will work out is, you know, the community's been crying out for like a CMO, right? I think the operational entity will have a CMO and they will likely hire a ton of people like you guys, just like we do with the Content Guild and all these other places, just at a much larger scale than we can do it. And it'll end up being that like everyone's on the inside, just, you know, through the grants process rather than sort of more informal. That's sort of my take. I hear what you're saying.
It actually seems like the endowment is actually the opportunity for projects like ours to go put together a proposal.
Yeah, I mean,
we're gonna offer this. We're gonna do this to help grow the ecosystem based on the roadmap, based on the KPIs that they're looking to facilitate. This is how we can help. We put that proposal together. We ask for the funding we need to facilitate that. And that's an opportunity for us, which we haven't had really yet.
Yeah.
You know,
well, I mean, I will say that again, not trying to sound defensive here at all. That's not entirely true. Like we've had a grants program up until, you know, 8-9 months ago. and that was wide open. We funded things from Stacks Pakistan, Africa. We funded all these Clarity auditor training. I mean, there is a ton of people that have come to us and said, hey, I want to do this. This is how D grants got started, right? Hero was like, hey, we should have a D grant. So that's been something that we've historically done. It's been on the back burner the last, let's call it a year. And so I don't want to forget that, like, that is how a lot of things got started in the ecosystem. We know it works. That was a long time opportunity for folks, and that's like something that we should absolutely refocus on with more resources. But
sure, that's fair. This isn't the first opportunity for that. We actually came out of D grants.
Totally. I bring this up because I love programs like D grants, and I think we should allocate as much funds as possible. Like in an ideal world, I feel like we should do like 80 to 90% of the total funds in it. But I have a feeling it's not going to be that way. Like earmarks, and then it's going to be like 10% of the total budget goes along with that. But I feel like we really, really should seriously think about thinking of this like, what is critical governance? Like, what's part of a critical government? Like you need some sort of budget for security because you don't want other nations coming in and screwing you up. And that would be like someone who could just like audit projects, for free.
Yeah, for sure.
And then someone to manage like the treasury, to like issue the grants. But like it should be like start from zero. Like what is core government functionality, and go from there rather than being like, well, we're already paying for X, so we got to pay for X, and then we want to pay for Y.
Again, I think you're making a big assumption here that that's not exactly what we did, which it is. Like this was a ground up design of like what is the key things that need to happen. And I think again the other thing is like the investments required to build a chain and an ecosystem that's $100 billion. Again, that's what we're talking about here. That's what we're talking about us all wanting to go for, right? That's not like a dude working on the chain. It's a team it's a full-on engineering organization of like 30 people that need to do it, right? You're talking about a 5 to 10 person security organization you're talking about probably 5 to 10 people just to do integrations. And like, you can't do maintenance of integrations and exchange listings via a grant program, right? Like those people expect a consistent set professional team who they deal with month over month, year over year on these things. So we absolutely started from a base of what are the things that have to happen here. And again, if you go back and you look at like how that budget breaks down, a huge amount of that budget is grants out to other orgs. It's not like we're going to try and do everything out of a single ecosystem here. But for instance, you need people inside these orgs who will do the grant processes and things, right? And so a good example is even if the community grants program is approved directly by the Treasury Committee, there has to be someone who is out there promoting it, who's building the application process, who's making sure all of that works, who's handling the disbursements of it. That's going to live in the operational, right? That is the job of the operational entity, is to make sure, because like you don't want to make the community do the work to get the money from the thing. Like you want it to be as easy as possible so the best ideas surface. So yeah, I'll just come back to, we absolutely started on this from a like, what are the things that are absolutely necessary? But again, when you're talking about $100 billion plus operation, it requires a lot of investment to do. And that's what SIP 31 is about, is creating that infrastructure that allows the builders and allows the community to build incredible things and like get all these users in.
I agree. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a short list, but I think this is the unspoken thing that everyone thinks, and it's kind of my job to say this stuff.
No, I appreciate it coming out and
having
the opportunity to come out and say like that, this is what it's going to.
Like we want this to be as lean as possible, so every dollar is used maximally.
So let me talk about leanness real quick. I have put together a report that I'm working through legal to share more broadly, but I'll go ahead and talk about it here because it's topical. So a charity or rather a nonprofit is considered highly efficient if 75% or more of its budget goes to the programs for which it was created to impact, meaning 25% or less goes to operations. My org is at 7%. And I share this because that means that 93% of everything else is either working capital in loans, for various reasons. You can fill in the blanks there why we would have loans out. direct investments. We started the Stacks Accelerator, all the different programs that we run, the core development, the research that it takes for SIPs and so forth. And so I bring this up because I'm 100% with you. My biggest fear with this SIP is, oh my gosh, there's all this money, and then we're going to become an ecosystem that's sort of like just waste money because we have it, and we're trying to keep up with the Joneses and like play someone else's game, right? So the thing I'm putting together is basically like my call to the ecosystem to say, hey, just because we have the money, let's continue to be scrappy, creative, and clever with how we spend it, not fall into the trap, because we've proven over the last 5 years, we don't need as much money to compete as maybe some others do. We can punch above our weight. We can be the top, in the top 10 fastest growing developer ecosystems on a fraction of the budget. And so when I saw the budget allocation, and as an author, is at 10% for operations, which also includes legal, which in this space, you guys can imagine gets kind of crazy fast. I was really happy to see that, because I don't want, to your point, Rosar, like, I don't want a bunch of fluff in this org going to people that, you need staff, but you don't need more staff than you need, right? And so I think 10% is again, if you're using 25% as like what the world thinks is highly efficient, and then you're at less than half of that for the operational budget as called for by the SIP, I think that's super admirable, and like that's about as lean as it gets from my perspective. And the reason I shared why, like, I'm not going to be in charge of these orgs at all, but I have learned a lot over the years, and I'm excited to try to be able to help these orgs stay really efficient based on everything that we've learned over time, and like the way that we've been able to spend our budget and put, like I said, 93% of it directly into the biggest categories like grants and things. So again, violently agreeing with you.
I get it. Like,
yeah,
I'm not out here to try and make anyone's life difficult or have anyone lose their job or anything.
I'm agreeing with you violently.
I've been, working around the clock in this space for nearly 2 years now, and I can't afford my rent next month. Like, I'm broke. Like,
yeah,
I'm just, it's tough. Like, it's tough when you invest so much time and energy, and you keep looking for opportunities, and there are none.
Right?
There just are no opportunities.
I think I've jumped on like a number of calls with you to try to help you filter through different opportunities, make introductions and things like that. And I'm not saying that, sometimes I can make something.
It's not me. Like, this is it's not a unique situation. There's many people like this who are very skilled, very good at what they do, but there's just the budget's already allocated, one way or another.
Well, this is why we need more resources, and this is the point of the SIP.
Exactly. That's why I'm passionate about it. And I'm jumping in here. I'm saying uncomfortable shit. I want to make sure it's done right, and it makes Stacks as successful as possible and utilize all our skills.
This is 8 years of my life too, and so it's like none of us wants this to fail. Like, none of us wants to waste money. I come from 2 nonprofits before this, so like I'm very like hyper programmed to like save money and be as lean as possible. So I totally get it, and like as many opportunities as we can create for people in the ecosystem, the better. I think if you looked around, like, there's hundreds of stories of people being brought into the ecosystem or assisted and stuff by various programs that are out there, and being able to pour some gasoline on those fires and have even more people in, it's only going to help us.
Yeah, I have one question.
Hit it.
Yeah, I have a question for Mitchell, since you're from Stacks Foundation.
Yeah.
Maybe you can help me. I just opened the Stacks Foundation recaps and reports. So my question is very simple. We can speak after this space. We want hackathon in August, and I don't see in recap any information about this hackathon. And we're still waiting for our part of the grant, and we have very good relationship with Adam and Kenny. They help us a lot. We are building a big project.
Sure.
But it's still unclear. And can you help us with this question after?
Sure. I'm happy to. I mean, for a hackathon that's in August, I would imagine that there are still questions. So yeah, I mean, let's take it to community@stacks.org. We'll make sure. I'm sure they're on top of it. And then, by the way, on the reports and that's backward looking, right? And so it also doesn't include like every little thing that we've done in every single day. It captures our OKRs, right? Objectives and key results. So you can dig through the work at that level. It doesn't necessarily mean that, okay, every event that we showed up to, or every sort of thing we did on a daily basis is there. I think that's like an impossible amount of overhead to articulate, and most people already find what I share overwhelming anyway. So
Yeah, sure. I will contact you in
detail.
Telegram after this space.
Yeah. And if you are looking for like a deeper level of detail that's more on like a weekly or daily basis, we release Stack Snacks. So stacksnacks.com, where we pretty much recap everything we can find in the ecosystem, our work and other work and work by others. So
yeah, sure. We are very good relationship with Stacks Foundation because they help us a lot, as I said before, and that's why I made this proposal about Beyond TVL project for CIP31, because I understand how to make this good proposal with metrics, Sybil resistant metrics KPI for non-DeFi projects. Yeah.
Sounds great. No, yeah, let's keep the conversation going. Adam and Kenny are the right folks. They'll make sure you get what you need.
Right on. WAGMI, thank you for your patience, sir. I don't know if you have any specific questions. I know we got you in a little bit late to the conversation, but did you have any questions about the SIP governance, and what's going on with it?
No, I will say you all have answered a lot of the questions that were top of mind for me. The biggest thing, and I'll have to go back and listen to the recording. I've had you all playing in the background. Was around the selection process of individuals. And I believe that one was answered already. So I'll make sure and go back to reading that.
I'll send it your way too as well, Mr. WAGMI. I've got it drafted, and I was going to post on the forum after this, but I wanted to kind of do a preview here. So
awesome.
Yeah.
One of the questions, I saw a note, I just a little bit clarity on it. I'm a Google Doc person, so I'm looking at this, or I think it's Google Doc, where it says working capital 27%. I see the red line that says liquidity provisioning, a Stacks meme coin fund, direct deployments into Stacks DeFi, and allocations to deals that require certain capital allocation to incentivize integration into the Stacks ecosystem. So is that the capital that is focused on, like, XYZ exchange is wanting to, onboard a certain SIP10 or DeFi token or something like that? That's working capital from resources, and also I imagine there's like a whole bunch of integration fees and stuff like that too.
Yeah, integration fees are pretty nuts in this space, and they seem to keep going up. But yeah, that's my understanding of it as well. And the one thing I will point out too is, like, when we say working capital, a lot of times that will mean, like, I have working capital at the foundation. It's capital that is allocated somewhere. I'll give you a good example. Like the signer delegation program, that's working capital in the sense that it is not money I had to outright spend, but it is money that is locked up to serve a purpose to the ecosystem. So things like loans for market making might also be in this category. You would see a lot of deals with like custody providers where you have to lock a certain number of assets for a certain period of time in order to get them to do the integration, right? So working capital can be used in that way as well. And then sometimes, right, there's just outright, okay, you got to pay us $3 million a year if you want XYZ stablecoin.
Yep. Yeah, that gives a good idea. I imagine, from a community perspective, where, a lot of questions that pop up then is, you see the working capital 27%, but then they're wondering how that piece of the pie even splits farther.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm just being completely fair, like to go through each bullet item and then to split it out even farther, I think would be like an extremely difficult task.
Yeah.
But it's good to see those things mentioned in there.
Yeah. Trying to be, there's this magic of like, what's the right level of specificity, and also trying not to pigeonhole when you go to execute later. Because we've seen a number of times, like the crypto space can like reinvent itself, and like what is a priority, it doesn't like change overnight, but it can change quickly, right? And so leaving, we want to know where the spend is going, but you also want to leave enough room if there's like at least some flexibility in execution. And the other thing I will say too is because like I am one of the authors and there's other authors who have been involved that are connected to certain entities, there's also legal review that happened for the SIP, right? And so some of the areas where it's like maybe was even more specific before but is less so now, may be a legal reason where we don't want to specifically call something out for any number of reasons that are just designed to protect the Stacks asset and all that. And so it's just a game of like how specific can you be and where and how often. But I do think it's in a pretty good place. I think it's, you know, each category, it's pretty clear what money will be spent on, and then having the sort of open process for grants again, I think will also just that in the roadmap, right? Because like, what are you going to spend on besides what's on the roadmap?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and definitely trying to be cognizant, because, you know, just in former lives, like gone through like redlining processes, eventually if you redline, you're correcting things that you initially tried to correct. So I know that is that could be a danger there.
Committee by or designed by, what did they say? It's good. Like for the SIP it works, but there's that old adage of like a camel was a horse designed by a committee. Right, so you do risk after a certain point, you do risk the like, okay, it's starting to get confusing. But I think Alex, you've done a great job of clarifying the things that needed to be clarified in this new version, and I would imagine a few more tweaks on the way from other feedback I've seen, and like this draft should be in a pretty clear place.
Yeah, I'll throw one other analogy for it too that I think. I used to work at a company that had a rule for hiring that one no in the hiring process was a no. It was an end of the interview. And what that led to was a lot of mediocre hires, right? Because it was people who, like, you know, on a scale of 1 to 5, checked a 3 on every single box. And
Spotify
the way I do our hiring process,
you do not turn down.
What my updated belief on hiring process is that it's the hiring manager who's responsible for making the hire, right? Because they're the ones who have to live with that person. They're the ones who have to deliver on that person's role. Now, a good hiring manager better damn be listening to the rest of the hiring committee. You still do multiple interviews. You still get that in there. But at the end of the day, it is the hiring manager's call, because they're the ones who are like responsible for it. And we do have to, like, for lack of a better term, trust a little bit in that, right? And what that leads to is you get people who like are absolute rock stars on 4 out of the 5 criteria. And then like one piece of the criteria, you're like, you know what? They're not as high on that. Maybe they weren't even passing on that. But we're going to take an educated, conscious chance on that one. Because if they succeed on that, they're so freaking good on all these other things. They're going to be freaking amazing. And that's how you end up with A players, right? Or A+ players on it. And I think, you know, Mitchell's talking about not the exact same thing, but a very similar concept on it, which is we want to think about these things holistically. We need to pull it in. And if you do things by committee, if you have every single thing individually vote on stuff, you're never going to get that, and you're going to end up with the middle ground. But you've got to have the input from everyone. You've got to bring the ideas. You have to have these conversations. You have to have the checks on it all. And that's how you end up with like a really powerful and good setup, regardless of what you're doing.
One question for Alex or Mitchell. As you look at this and you looked at the revisions that have taken place, or, you know, if there is other modifications that you all are still considering, you know, say this moves forward, what are the things that you think as a collective community and, you know, all these working groups should be first to go after? And where, I guess, are there any blind spots that you see, like areas that we should be putting more focus in as well with
Are you talking
this?
about in the SIP, or are you talking about like once the SIP passes?
Once the SIP were to pass, you know, like what's the battle plan? And do you see blind spots or the biggest areas of opportunities? Like, you know, I also want to, like, you know, the reason for this question is to like forward think as well. Like where do you see those opportunities at? And also, you know, just spots where you should maybe put more emphasis.
So I'll start off. Obviously, the first thing we have to do is get the damn orgs and everything set up and going, right? Like there's a huge amount of work that's going to have to go to actually standing up all these things, getting the infrastructure in place. And we want to move really, really fast on that, obviously, because you can't start having the impact till it is. But I will say, even once the SIP passes, even just having the certainty of this thing's happening, right? You can actually start moving a lot of things forward in a way that even like before the tokens are being emitted or before these orgs are set up, because people know it's happening. So number one, obviously, again, there's a whole bunch of roadmap and stuff that Mitchell and the foundation team did a great job pulling the entire community together with to get behind, right? So like just pushing that forward on it. I think there are probably several early big wins, and again, that we can do. And I think getting some of the early big wins on like the deal front, on product announcement front, that kind of thing is a really important thing, because I do think, again, very reasonably, people are going to want to see early traction and success from this, right? To know that this was a good investment. And I think if we do that, if we deliver on some of those early ones in the first 3 and 6 months, that will, again, just like success begets success. It'll get people excited. It'll get things moving. So like, those are the 3 things I want to do: is get everything set up and moving fast, make progress on the roadmap, and deliver some early wins.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same page there. I kind of see my role in all of this from the Stacks Foundation side is to accelerate that as much as possible. And so fortunately, we've had a few opportunities to like learn how to get pretty good at this. And I'll highlight the most recent example, which was Stacks Asia. Really, Stacks Asia went from nothing to something really pretty fast because we were able to hand them a lot of systems and processes and people, and make connections for them. And like, to your point about like community opportunities, like helping them bring on some folks from the community that had been working, in Korea and Asia to like get paid positions and things like that. And I very much see like a similar thing for this, where like anything that we've built over the years or learned, or programs that are working that we can kind of quickly hand to this org as they hire. I think we'll to Alex's point, like it's important that this happens quickly. I'm going to throw this out there. Like, I haven't run this by anybody, but just from my personal side, I'd love to see like the actual grants portal by which someone would apply to receive a grant from either the endowment or the operational entity, up within the first 30 days.
Right? I think we can absolutely. What's funny? We've not talked about that. I had the exact same thought. Like getting the community grants program out there and getting the applications in and people commenting on them.
Yeah,
I think 100% priority.
Yeah, I think like we have enough infrastructure and scaffolding there from what we've done to say, okay, here's at least a basic process. We can always improve it over time, but like injecting that money into the builders as quickly as possible, it's really the entire point here. And then later down the road, to your question, Mr. Wagme, I think some areas I think that are important to get to rather quickly as well would be things like the broader global marketing strategy. I think we've seen that like builders need more support on that side. And I don't just mean like, let's dump money into user incentives. I mean like, okay, with a bigger budget, can we show up in more places with the Stacks brand and give them, more of like air coverage as they're trying to convince people to use their applications? More people that are familiar with Stacks on an investor level. Can we make it easier for people to raise funding? I think on a like kind of a pointed awareness campaign can be something we can do. We've actually had like a number of pretty interesting partners, like exchanges and things that want to do bigger learn and earn campaigns with Stacks, but either for budgetary reasons or for, in my case, compliance reasons, we just couldn't do them. And so those are the things I think you can also move quickly on, because they've basically already been outlined and are sitting there and they're ready to take off of the shelf. And so as soon as this operational entity that's allowed to do it and has the budget is set up, like those are things I can basically give them on day one that they can, then decide to do something with. So I think it'll happen quickly. And, at least for the first 6 months of this org, I think it's going to be me and my team's like top priority to help them be successful. And so, yeah, great question. Thanks.
All great stuff. And kudos on the Stacks Asia stuff too. I listened in on that space, and there was a lot of participation there. So that was really neat to see.
Try to just my own personality, but also the personality of a lot of people on the Stacks Foundation team. Like, this has probably bit us in the butt, but we we try very hard to like let our work speak for itself and kind of work quietly through others in the ecosystem and like set people up for success. I never want it to come across like we're claiming their success. They're doing a ton of work on their own, and they're phenomenal people. But I do think a lot of times like it gets lost, like how much we do to get those people started. And so I'm happy for opportunities like this to share those stories a little bit more.
I will go so far as to say that.
By the way, my apologies. Oh, sorry, real quick. My apologies, everyone. I've got to go. I'm out in Connecticut for my nephew's big day, and I need to go do some family things with that. So I'll be around. As always, please, if you got questions and stuff, shoot me DMs. I'll be around later.
Alex, thank
Thanks
you
for
very
listening.
much. This was actually like we're 50 minutes past what we were expecting for this, which is, you know,
I mean, we're still an hour short of my average space time. So, you know.
I've got 10 minutes left. Thanks, Alex. Good luck today.
I'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Alex. Really appreciate it, man. We'll talk soon again and often.
Jack, you were saying something.
Yeah, no, just to put this out there, because it does need to be acknowledged at how well you know, the foundation and so forth, how good the communication has been, you know, recently, and you guys have done a great job, and y'all should be lauded for it. Like, not just around this step, but even leading into this and into the roadmap and everything. It's been fantastic, and you know, so I just want to put that out there.
I appreciate it. We're definitely trying. There's still a lot of room for improvement. I think, again, when I look at this SIP, that's why I get excited, right? Is just like, you know, I'm pushing my team to the absolute limit on what we've got, and people are working late nights and all that, you know, like everyone else in the ecosystem is. And so we're trying to do right by everybody. I think we've pushed what we have to the absolute, you know, maximum, and so now we need to like re-up basically and reload. And you know, crazy enough, like we don't, you know, for some of the things you would expect just because of what other foundations have in the space that we don't have, I think are some of those frayed edges where it's felt like, oh, they don't care about this or that. It's really not that. It's a simple matter of like physics basically. So, but I appreciate that. We're, you know, I think as we are able to focus the foundation in around governance rather than it being this thing that tries to do everything, that will also just continue to improve. Like, you know, having 5 hero gamers instead of 1, right? Like could be an example where would be awesome. So I'm with you.
One quick infusion, it doesn't even need a reply. Just over the years, like I've seen, you know, the stacks do like local presence where they do these meetups and stuff. If there was any way to where we could get more, I think, wider on that, to where we're maybe in more cities, even if it's just real simple marketing to where it just encourages people to get together in person, you know, because like we saw the reaction out at the Bitcoin conference. Like, what if we're just little community leaders everywhere?
There actually are. We did 40 city tour for the Nakamoto launch, and I think something around the same for the SBTC launch. So typically twice a year we'll do like a big meetup push, and we have, you know, even longer tenured community leaders. Like we've got Sam out in Nigeria, and we had folks in Pakistan for a long time, San Francisco, that'll do, you know, semi-regular meetups. Totally. Like those are so sort of efficient too. And like why we love working on those is, you know, for easily less than $500, you can provide everybody food and a venue, and they can just get together. So yeah, absolutely. More of that would be great. And, you know, we have a great foundation of that. If you look at our meetup page, there's like, I forget how many exactly there are members, but it's quite a lot, and we're in a ton of cities. Yeah, it's probably time for another tour. Shannon's gonna kill me, but Shannon and Adam are gonna kill me. But yeah, it's we usually do those twice a year, and then what you see from those is like a lot of follow on and like organic kind of off the cuff ones that happen later. Latam's been particularly hot for us, by the way, and Africa as well. Like they're super well represented in our code for stacks and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Mitchell. So where can I find that meetup page?
Yeah, I believe. Let me get you the exact link. Meetup.com.
Awesome. Thank you.
because I think that would be awesome. Like for all those
Yeah.
listening, just to have like a group of, you know, fellow like-minded people that are in the ecosystem. And if it was like a monthly occurrence, like everybody knew to meet at this bar and grill or something
Totally.
like that, it would just foster so much
Yeah.
more in all the
Well, I'm
little
in
metropolitans.
South Carolina,
Yeah.
so like South Carolina, Charleston. I mean, I feel like that would be a good meetup place. You know, like that. I like the idea
Yeah.
of these different meetups.
No, we're pretty
for
we're
sure.
pretty liberal with the budget. So whenever a community leader comes forward and says, "Hey, I want to host something in my city," it's almost always a yes. You know, unless they're a scammer. And you guys are safe.
Little side note to this, I was thinking of because Lone Street was asking me yesterday, and I kind of had this mental framework of like, you know, all these meetup and even like, you know, the grants, when people come together for a specific cause, it's like just getting people to talk to each other, and it's just conversation brews relationship, and it's for me almost like that building like cultural piece, which is more like the invisible layer, like that builders building the apps, but then we are building these people having meetups and, you know, having to discuss because they have to allocate certain grants to the community, and they talk to each other, converse, and then they build relationship, and then the stacks is stronger because of the relationship.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I think one other thing that we can do, like I keep, you know, I've learned this lesson like a number of times, and it's just like a tough trade-off thing, but we could put a lot more resources toward talking about all the things that are already happening, because people have so much to keep track of that, like, I think it gets missed, right? Like, even from the folks who are the most plugged in, like, it's just so decentralized and distributed that, like, people probably didn't know we had X hackathon in Latam, you know, several days ago or whatever it was. So that's another thing with like the endowment that I hope gets better, is that there's just, when you provide a grant, that you've also left enough wiggle room there, that they also have the capacity to not only deliver on the thing that they said they would, but also to actually tell the story about that, because that's a lot of work too. And that's a lot of where we get caught up, is like we get the work done and then we move immediately to the next thing, and we didn't stop and like tell you all about what happened and recap it and that whole thing. So that's an area for improvement, I think, in general, from folks who are main contributors in the ecosystem that can do better, is just really ramping up how much time and energy is put into like recapping what happened before moving on, or while moving on to the next thing too. By the way, I got like 3 minutes left. I gotta jump into a bunch of calls for the day. Is there anything like burning last question that I can answer before I drop?
Just, I mean, to the extent that I know we've talked about community a lot, but really one of the things about this SIP, I think that by being able to free some capital to do things that we wanted to do on a roadmap, we're going to facilitate a lot of large, like smart money, institutional type, you know, traction here on stacks. I mean, that's going to be a big deal. I wanted to like point towards that a little bit, because in reality, like when you start bringing that kind of volume on chain, everybody benefits. Like the entire ecosystem will. I just didn't know if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, totally agree. I think institutions are, you know, if you just look at sort of like, hey, what makes a good project? I've been really excited about how excited they are about SBTC, to the point where, like, you know, some of the early partners who you've seen that we've announced we've pegged into SBTC. They're like, okay, where can I get my hands on more? What kind of options do you have for me? Do you have vaults? Like, I'm willing to try more exotic yield mixes, like dual stacking and things like that. So yeah, I agree with you. I think that, fortunately or unfortunately, you know, TVL in crypto is still this like overpowered metric, where even for folks who are maybe even like I'd call faking it, it still manages to work to bootstrap that organic activity. And that's sort of the playbook. And so, you know, obviously the institutions are the ones that are holding a lot of those big bags. What I will say, and I'll give the BD team, the BD working group, a ton of credit here, is as they've been sort of taking these calls and warming these things up, they've also been able to make a lot of those direct introductions to our DeFi builders and help them get their own direct relationships so that they're not just deploying that capital into SBTC, but they're also deploying it into actual DeFi use cases, which shows up on chain and, like, again, to your point, makes the whole economy run. So yeah, I think those types of partners are what we need. And those are the folks sitting on, big piles of Bitcoin. So
yeah, no, I'm bullish, guys. I'm super bullish.
We'll get
Super
there.
bullish. In the face of a major security event, we're still all super bullish on stacks because of what's coming.
Speaking of that, anyway, we can work an amendment into the SIP to give me this Alex redemption funds I'm never going to get back now.
They did put a post out.
What does it say? Oops.
Here, I'll just read it verbatim.
We're gonna create the Rosar.
I'm actually quite serious. Like, I'm quite serious. I feel like we should.
Great. Thank you, Mitchell, so much. I know you gotta go. Appreciate your time.
I reshare.
About the people of this chain who are getting hit the hardest.
I think that they
Thank you,
announced
Mitchell.
they're making everyone whole, though. No? I mean, I believe that's the latest.
What else are they going to
No?
say?
That's
They
what I
changed that?
saw.
And we're out.
I
And it
saw
says,
that.
Yeah.
We are fully committed to restoring every affected user's funds as quickly as possible.
Yeah, okay, Mitchell, I will DM you.
Sounds
We'll
good.
see.
What are they gonna say, right? And it is what it is, and we're not gonna dwell. That's not the last thing we're talking about. The positive stuff here is.
I think we gotta.
Positive stuff here is.
I think we gotta learn a lot more about the Alex thing, and then I'm sure that I'll write up something official when I am educated more on it, and I'll happily share. But I want to avoid getting myself in trouble when I don't know all the details just yet. So
Understandable.
I'm already in trouble.
Yeah, no,
I'm in massive trouble.
We all are. We're all in the same boat.
yeah, it's not a good situation with Alex with what's happened there, but it's a great situation with what's happening in the Stacks ecosystem with the SIP, the endowment, the community engagement, the attention that's going on as far as making sure that the community feels not just heard but included in the process. And that's very much the reality of it. So we're in a very good place. We will open up a space as soon as we close this down, and we'll have more conversations. The community can come on in. We can talk more about the Alex situation. We can talk about the SIP. We can talk about governance, whatever you guys want to do. Mitchell, thank you so much for the extended time today, man.
Of course. No, thank you guys.
Thank you.
On the spaces, I'm not going to be able to join. I'm sorry. I got some conflicts. But I would definitely, my 2 cents on it is, I think that having a lot of empathy, right? Like, everyone's going to get hurt by this, but it's a tough, as much as it sucks for everyone, like, it's going to be a really tough day for Alex. And so we can be mad, we can be sad, all those things. Let's try to make sure that we hold them accountable, but also try to support them and figure out, like, all the details before we jump into conclusions and things. And
yeah, I mean, I'm not mad. Like,
no,
I'm
dude,
I'm
I'm
just
with you.
numb at this point. Like, I like all the people as individuals.
Right.
They're all nice, great people.
Totally understand.
But when she's just hit by enough traumatizing events in a year, you just don't feel anything anymore. I just don't.
I understand that probably more than you know. So yeah,
like, it's just like,
yeah.
Well, I appreciate you, Rosar.
We'll figure this out.
I appreciate you joining right away. I appreciate you coming into the. You discovered what happened. You went into the ecosystem. You started saying, "Hey, what's going on with this? Rubes, what's going on at Stacks Tools with the pricing?" And you helped figure this out probably a little faster than it otherwise would have.
Yep.
We have what we're building right now with this endowment is a way to more actively, on top of a number of things, is a way to more actively support builders like you and make sure that we aren't in tough situations a year from now.
And in the very short term, I think
agree.
I hope you
I
have
agree in the vision of it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
in the very short term, I believe you're chatting with Adam about us working together as well, right? I hope that works out. Let me know if you need any support there, but we're trying to bring in, make sure to support you. So let us know. Let us know what you need. Yeah. All right, guys. I'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you, Mitchell.
Yeah,
Thank
Mitchell.
you,
Mitchell.
Mitchell, where can I DM you? You are not in Telegram?
I'm in Telegram. I'm in Twitter. Pretty much everywhere.
Okay, thank you.
You can email me too, mitchell@stacks.org.
Thank you.
Yep.
And what's your official X handle?
It's M and then my last name and M again. So M Cuevas M. Cuevas.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
And if you type Mitchell Cuevas, it does not come up.
No, I know. Someone took it from me. It's hard to find.
M Cuevas M.
I'm
But
also
thank-
usually just like in the basement grinding. I should spend more time on Twitter, but I just often don't find the time. But I'm watching my DMs, so I'll see you guys there.
Right on.
Thanks,
Huge
y'all.
shout out to Alex Miller, Mitchell, Whoa Buddy, and XY0 from the Governance Cab. Everyone for tuning in. Hero and Hattie for helping me put this together. Wagme, GP, Zenny, Rosar, Jack, everybody that came on and participated. You guys really
Yeah,
made
thanks.
it. We
It
have
was
a great community. This was
great
a great
conversation
show.
today. Thank you.
And I hope, thank you all for tuning in. We will have a space. Anyone that wants to come on, if it turns into a bitch fest, that's totally fine. I can handle that. So guys, come on out. We'll stop the spaces shortly. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live every Monday through Friday in partnership with our good friends over at BitcoinLive, Decentralized Broadcasting. Thank you all for tuning in today. We'll catch you soon.
Later.
Thank you all.